Erica, thanks for my footstool.
You're welcome.
Sweet.
Well, it's in my office and I know it's there, I'm gonna put it out.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Hello, how are you?
Very well, Erica, how you doing?
Good.
Kristen Mahoney,
Hi.
in the house.
In the house. In the house.
Got your pillow for your feet?
I do. Erica had it out for me.
That's so sweet.
I know.
Erica, how tall are you? 5'2".
Oh, just right
Yeah.
short. Just
Yeah,
right
so I'm
Yeah,
I'm thinking that, you
I'm
know.
a little one.
She feels your pain there.
Girl problems.
Yeah. Vertically challenged.
That's what they say, right?
That's right. Absolutely.
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hi, Mayor. You have a bevy of beverages.
Oh, yeah,
Alright,
I always
we're doing
do.
our executive in there,
Keeps
right?
me going. I don't have
We're doing our
chocolate.
executive
You
in
get like
In
hungry.
the executive room.
Yeah. we
I
do.
just-
Wait, I'll just pop up my phone
Chicken
here,
on
so
a
all I gotta do is.
Holy wrap down my throat before I
So
came.
good. Do you want
Yeah.
chocolate? just in
No,
case?
thank you,
Okay. Great.
One of the first places we'll be going.
No, Dan, are you supposed to sit over here since you're the? You know what, Jane, I just want to ask, how you doing?
Hi.
Hi, yeah.
So we're doing the alphabetical order, so this is good.
Aha. All my materials are a mess.
Oh, yeah.
There was so much discussion.
Right, and I roll around.
Gonna say, I put it in order when I gave it to you.
No, no,
It's not me.
it's my
Yeah.
fault. I take
Okay.
full responsibility for that. Absolutely.
This-
That was all me. All me.
How are you?
Great. 4.
Hello.
That. Hello, council person.
Why? Is yours low?
No.
You just wanna go to this flip?
You me?
No. No, patience.
I know, that's what I said, I'll sit there, you want me to sit? Technically, I'm supposed to sit next to there, but I just. Let's remember this is. Hey, wait,
Start,
right?
yeah.
Got that?
I'm good with that. That's what it is.
Okay, got it. It's alphabetical. Hi.
Hi.
Did you see Rosemary today?
I did.
We didn't tell her.
She told me I just missed you.
Yeah.
Probably I could live there.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's a nice spot.
but yeah, lovely.
Yeah. We're lucky to find it.
Lovely, I mean.
Uh,
I grew up with friends too.
Oh, Gotta turn that off.
Oh, I wanted to look through my beach badge for you. Oh, yeah. I'm okay. I don't know, that's my, I used to be. I used to be in Paul. Well, it sucks. Because, you know, I go.
Yeah, so, you know, so some of the things that you said are in there, but it's, other than that, how do the rest of the numbers?
No.
So I'm gonna have to rely on you for the rest of how it looks. So I was gonna have, those actually 8,000. That's good. Oh, look at those numbers. Somebody used the baseline.
I didn't notice and say.
I know, I was gonna write, but I, oh yeah, I wanted to have a conversation.
So what you need, I can copy those to you. I would be.
Yeah, but,
Want that email the inbox, so you want.
Yeah. It should be a very productive conversation. I'm not gonna be.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, not, it's saying. I'm saying, I'm like, turn it off. And then I, but this weekend I put on my door. And Sunday actually, like, I did make it Halloween, I will move it all weekend and find it. When I moved that shed, I need stupid robo things. Well, yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not encroaching on your space. I'm a disaster right now. All right.
Contract and parties.
Oh, I mean, I know.
Yeah, let's fix the bathroom.
Oh, it's broken?
Well, you could say that somebody decided to put a T-shirt down the toilet over there, so it affected that one. After
Were
80
they over the age of 14?
Right.
That's crazy.
Right, or it's just like, instead of going home and putting it there. I'm angry with
Thank you.
You just need to attest.
Yeah,
on that.
I will test on both. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very lucky. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Yes, you can do it. Thank you. Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Councilman?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
What?
Yes. sir. Oh, we could- Yeah.
But.
Oh, no, I didn't think that.
I didn't hear that.
I don't want to say it's.
Mhm. Yeah.
But it's just,
Yeah.
you know. Either way, it's mobility, disability. Yeah. I mean, very close.
Yeah, I don't, actually, I never remember getting.
No, I asked, that would be a lot, so
Time, I was just inundated.
It's always better when someone makes something.
so it's this, I mean, you just. That's a potential. Yeah, I mean, it's in there, so. You can ask about it. You know, I'm getting. We're gonna pay for it, you know, wanna get it? We'll get it before we get started. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's Quinn doing.
Quinn's doing also.
Great.
Do you have another baby? I mean.
Kind of do it.
Oh.
I was actually in my town in Aberdeen, and I
Oh,
won the election last night.
oh, congratulations.
Congratulations.
About the motorized scooters for ADA going across the bridge. I know it's not written anywhere, but. It's not up to, it's not a
I don't think
discretion.
I mean, maybe one, it's in the office, it's discretion. It's in general. And then two, I'm not sure, I mean, I don't think that's what's intended.
There's no more. Okay, so I asked her about it. and it's-
Yeah.
Put it on its.
That's. I get that.
So what are we on to?
But gosh, it's been right on the way.
Yeah. The issue is these spikes are 30 miles an hour.
I don't understand that. I just. I didn't get the objection.
Yeah.
I used to try to get up to 30.
Yeah.
I know. I just.
Well, they can. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, yeah, and there's no.
But it did.
Yeah, no.
They're never, because there's actually not, any- you said it, and I looked it up, that's the same language.
Yeah.
that Providence has, police
Yeah.
change. We don't have an exception there either. In Providence technically, but the, you know, the section is entitled motorized, so we have.
Oh, yeah, we talked to.
But as a summer.
Two, I think it was 2021. We have a couple of.
It used to be. but-
Well, I guess that's. Yeah.
Mobility.
And then bigger problem.
Yeah, they just, yeah, I know it.
We don't want someone jetting across it at 35.
No.
Right.
I understand, okay.
I'm sure, I saw it on the map, it's just pretty fun. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Make a good YouTube video.
There you go. All right, let's start. Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I wish to announce that 48-hour notice is required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Coaster on December the 13th of 2022, that a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the borough clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken, providing that there is a council quorum. Mr. Noble? Here. Mr. Gubatose?
here.
Ms. Mahoney?
Here,
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Okay, good evening, everybody, to our 21st meeting or 20th meeting of the year. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We have a number of things to cover tonight. We'll continue to work our community opportunities. We have one workshop tonight, also have 2 ordinances for introduction and no adoptions. We're going to go into executive session in the beginning of the meeting for a couple of reasons, but we will be retiring to minutes. So I'll make a motion to go into executive session 2023-262, retire in executive session to discuss pending anticipated litigation matters, co-litigation and JIF supplemental assessment. And I forgot, I'm sorry, we have our friends from Wiener Law here that are going to join us. Second.
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, so we will see you in a half hour.
Yes.
Right.
Awesome.
Nice to meet you.
I thought you wanted congratulations.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
So what's?
January 1st, officially.
That will speak exciting, scary, and a lot of work.
And a lot of work.
I really only care for them when the rider is doing the meeting. Not mention. More personal. Right, right. Oh, Love Dave Martin shows, and I'm a huge fan, and it's more than it's spiritual. But yeah, so they said I'm 5 hours left. And it's one reason I really did want it, the whole bit with Elliot Jordan. and how they met and how they interacted and how they got together. So here we go. I figured it out sometime.
Now, the one check out. But I think my one's.
Well, again. No, but even if you don't stay, so I'm doing this, because I always sit there for the whole day, with the earphone in, you know,
So.
and this is like sort of, so I've now listened to 5 hours and 40 something, and it's about 2 hours.
Well, I'm sure.
Well,
And now it's great, it works, but it doesn't shut off right away.
I don't know if that was, she's very interesting where she is getting, that she's admitting her extra, I just think it's like, well, you know, I might, maybe that's what it is, so I'm like, so it's nice that she did this thing, but I just thought that she's like getting at it. And especially when people expect to do so they are all, the whole day was crisis management and the kids, I have sibling in high school and a sibling in middle school. So it's a community kind of thing, and then maybe it was into the community. No, but, you know, I.
Whatever. So, you know, she doesn't leave my house.
Go on the stairs like that. And by the way, I said, well, we have to change her. And I'm like, this is like really gonna be a good deal, like when he was. Well, it's been this way, I went to my sister, it was on the journey, and then I had to put an A6 of beer, and he pulls out this white plastic. Oh my God. Okay, he goes, you won't be as bad, you're not A6. I'm like, okay, I'm like, it's like, you know. Cheap. Saying that they filed, you know, it's sort of straight, so now I'm waiting on the. But at least. Companies in Tennessee, I mean, in Texas. Like I knew today, I was working, which I had worked back. I knew I was doing that. First time there's something going on. And I didn't truly. Was real. They didn't show you. So I felt like it's exchange. And that, and not just saying. She said that, and I'm sort of like, oh, if I could, they didn't have much company she needed.
But it's a nice part.
You know, it's like, you know, so you have to meet again, you gotta be there. I know, but it's not a big deal out of my business. Yeah, just. But I just think I'm gonna keep that as far as. And I see my. But I'd like to do that in addition to people, when I was that, and those, when you were that. It's not fun. But I'd like to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
you're right, it makes such a difference when they.
Totally. And I'm feeling that should be, it's not, I think you're wrong.
Yeah.
But what about-
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm like a rat rack. You know, and they was operating.
That would be, yeah, that's kids today.
We're being. You know.
Well, maybe you know something, you know.
That's not.
That's why I kind of hit the office. I was there. Yeah. Not really, because that goes out to the- Well, This word, I think. Yeah, I make all kinds of good.
And they, voted and. Full,
How's everything going?
Well, right now, you could swap open. But that's good, you know, you gotta have fun. Well, the sales are slow. Yeah, so it's just making, you know, we like to report, recreational. Now, not having to do, no. So hopefully, if somebody's meeting, we're on, get on, and they pop it, and that's it. All kinds later. Likely to shoot return before I die, right? Yeah. Yeah, well, they get the situation, and that's it, that's it. You know. Oh, yeah. I was paying 40-some thousand a month. That's fine. Now they all, yeah.
We got three. That's one. Spring Lake has none.
People do Everyone uses.
Right from here.
Right. All these people that.
No. But I mean, I wonder.
It just did.
What else?
A guy who owns. With the strange kids, they want to hold. I City Hall, bank, whatever it is, they got a parking lot, which is big time, and they just notified they're not be doing
So you're gonna see more of that.
I believe, you know, but that, pull the money out of the. That's what I think. I don't.
Because that's what we'll have, that if you're going out. That's fine. We'll be there. And. I wonder.
That way, you know.
That's what.
It's not.
Anyway, so. And then.
They'll take.
I finally realized.
Actually, my neighbor down here is a second home. He lives in Jersey too. He's an attorney. And his wife's an attorney. And I did that. I was just around to him very soon. He's in his firm. He was in talks with the company. I went down to the old lady and stuff. Saying up there. I don't know. I tried to get. They did. So, yeah, he's permanent. And I found it's still. And that's what I want to get right.
And then I. I smell like a flat.
And then it all went bad. You should have known. You should have known. Well,
This guy, he would keep just telling me like how he did it, what he did, was just amazing. He's looked pretty good for a
I was
while.
gonna say, yeah.
He's looked good for a while. When he had.
One of my father's been. And these are, I'm going back to Like, well, you know, I sat on this man, you know, they were the colonies, the inner circle of all of us. And like, they have the. It was like, you, well. Again, it's like.
Well, you were.
So, you know, you know, I'm saying like that's the American dream, like, you know, don't be wrong.
Yeah.
So like, so how does it? Hello, I mean, let's go with it.
Yeah.
And actually, the line I write.
Yeah.
I'm always. Exactly.
Oh, good. I'll look forward to seeing David. I want to talk to him about land use.
I gave.
That's serious. And with our sponsor. Linda, where we live in the nurse. Last 17 years at Berkeley. Before that, I spent who you are, and then before that, I was in Eisenberg. I did all the. Where did you go? Eisenberg. That's where I did well, I was there. I'm like, okay. So I either come up there before I get up. With the name tag. And of course, it's like guidance. I don't know. I said, okay, it's and I started. He's not in go. I said, all right, all right. Went to the doctor and they said he I mean, she's the only one. And it looks just like an appendix. My son is a doctor and he did the president. They covered they didn't know.
What do you think?
I was joking with
The one trying to figure that out, which I did.
Yeah.
Your bones fuse by the time you're. So you'll have some regular breathing. So you don't know what it could be mushy. I want to make sure that you don't have to. Sometimes.
No, I don't. We used to be in Colorado, then we were here. I was my property. And then, this was. I said, I don't want to want to. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to drive. She, says we. You know, we don't. It's so nice. Weird stats. Go back and forth. This one, why it's better. Now.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, yes. How do you build a terminal?
Here's like.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I get up to the
That's still not bad. No.
Every time I came from Nashville, it's all this. From the north.
Well, that is, I just should have. You know, I just.
We've never done it. Like a shirt or. Check out.
I got to meet early. Well, it's fifty nine. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's for. Here I got a. Why didn't I? I got the right. I don't even know why I got it. Like everybody else I know.
I've only got my gas.
That's why I know. Oh, okay. I hear the rules. And I had. Well, I
I'm just kidding you, and like it's sitting right, I mean, the water. They're not. That's what it's on.
Yeah. So they have very young. Do they all listen to that? Oh, absolutely. Anyway, I mean, I think I read the one.
I just felt like I always.
But I will.
You know, now I take some. Right, it's just.
But anyway. This thing, can you think we're screaming? Yeah. Oh, that is really one thing. Oh, it's so I think that. I think both, yeah, do the next time. I have a feeling that we're not ready yet. So we're. It'll be much better than they do. And then. And then around these birds, so. My son actually lives in Sharon.
I started on Ocean, Ocean Park Avenue in the. What are the trip house, you know, and you can hold them around. So the house, yeah, it's a burning house, you know. So we had one this house and my other house. So. Oh, so he's living there, so he lived there with his wife for a while. And I said, and that's what we're coming down here, it's summer, we're coming down here. You should get away from me. So I didn't think it was a years. And so one day I went around my bedroom. Which I had a small bedroom, so here, like, around, I did it. But I said, you're talking about that, I said, not for anything, but being so is an ordinance. So what I don't think it's like crazy. $4 really $5. And then you see it. No, we don't have that much. So much it is. Yeah. Like my mother's my time to be my passion. And she had that. So not really, it's my way, and then Jane and I didn't speak about them. So I don't know. She really nasty things. So anyway, the house. It's hard to take me around and stuff. I can. So what? I can't say she's not, isn't she taking her medicine? No, it's a great. I said, I don't want to bring my, we need to go. Because you're probably gonna. No, yeah. That's why. Yeah. 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 Oh, yeah. And I have so much. Really, we kind of gone a 9, a 45, rifles and. What? And you never had that shape. The shotgun. Okay. The shotgun. On the side back, but.
What are you hanging out here for? Huh? Well, here I am.
Get out of the pool yet. What is the meeting over? You leave?
Nah, I can't stand those people. I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, it was so much fun. I do know. No, and you can be little, like, and one of the daughters is kind of lunch, very popular. And he's gonna do it. Yeah, I know. We went to Boston. I know, but I can't convert. You have to run. Oh, I'm really good. You're good at that? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just here.
It's a little background. I know him was like good, so he gets. What is which? Really? Years. No, she won't. And then the next time I go, I'm like, where do you want to know? I'll fuck it up. That's really I didn't go. I got no, I will. Did I?
Yeah.
Yes, the building. I know Scott.
My friend did it, and then just come out, he said it was
That they never Also.
When you right to bring that. Well,
Needed, but
So.
But I do know that there was one next time that's coming on, you definitely.
Yeah.
That I was doing after that, and I was there reading so much. But then I did like, you know, like, you know, there's no- I remember it was a bunch of- Or I could have maybe. I don't want to, I like the whole. You know, really kid, I thought, oh, shit, kid and I went to the States. Different years, far apart, not knowing each other. But so I'm very. But I told them, look, it actually. Oh. You can't even see what's the next, I remember. His daughter, his daughter.
Wow. Al actually loved it.
But they don't. They don't.
Graham, yes, Graham. I know Logan's the best, right? You know, it's my. I do love him. I know that. Well, see, next is number one. I just want to make that. Oh. Ladybug. Oh, their house is like. And it's like, oh, my son is so upset about it, and I guess I wanted to. Yeah, I said, God, next time, building, redoing. They're not termites, drain issues, water problems, neighbors that are ready. That's awesome. Feel like.
So I met her.
That's where I'm at. Oh. You don't have to, you got for that age. Yeah.
Well, we're all meticulous. No. There's a small space in the back. And it's a room outside. And up in the it's where when on you cutting a hole in the front. It's just like a drawing. But Jason is right. That's kind of the same. So I couldn't understand it. He does. He's gotta go out and come back out.
And they are.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's gonna be the chicken house. From forward. Sit from the bar. But you every day. Yeah, my wife, I think she had this boy, that's how my brother says. My opinion was, get a load. But there are so far. So today, like I said, you gotta do instruction. And to the meeting. Take a look. This seems to be very. I haven't done. Life goes now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Like I said, I feel like things and everything. She did a lot. She did I agree. Very.
I never know. She was this guy's second grade teacher. And he said it was one of the history.
I know.
Yeah.
Why are they doing
Were you a teacher? Yeah. So I mean.
No, actually.
Yeah.
It's functional, sort of, an hour long.
That's great.
Oh, so the battery's away, just a kid. Like, I know, I will, it's going to work. Like, I don't- Even though I was like, so I'm like.
Right.
That's why. Oh, is it?
That's what I do.
They go down. They have, they would shred. Other people. Which ones in the areas?
Yeah. We don't really want to challenge it, so, you know, when it works out.
She don't remember her, she had to let her know, and try to, but I never seen it, you know, sitting there all by herself, and they're gonna say, my parents could get it out. The doctor.
That's it.
And she's sweet.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, that's probably.
I used to think about that. I should go. She used to be really big, and we go down and see what, but then she had a plan to. So like people say, get down there early and for some people, I sure this is. We get there, I'm like, oh, that's not a good thing, but then we go and we sign down there. And then we really do stuff with them and then have. I really want to stay out. Yeah, that's, you can do that. 4 hours. When I got so worried, I worked with the middle one. And the architect, she has, hey, actually, was on this, she got a day, she's, she used to work only in weekend, only Monday. There was an advertisement the year I could fill all the college card and it was, and 1 year for, yeah. So
Really sad.
she.
Yeah, that might be-
Like being a little bit like, oh, it's not really- She was in, Denver. Something like that. And then I just said, oh, yeah. She used to knock it out in the way. This guy was on the pole. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow we get it. I'll go read it. So she said, "Well, you didn't know the line." They go out every second. Well, they did. They had something like that. Funded money. And they got it out the road. There's a big- Always. It wasn't a great stuff. She's that, you know. The other one, she takes the bus to Fort Lauderdale. Gets off the bus and it's a bus and a shuttle to NYU for work. So her is that, you know, yeah. Yeah. I said, you want to come?
Oh,
yeah. I'm gonna go watch. Go watch you get it on the floor.
She was looking at it. Oh, my God.
Got my life on. After the end, right? I was. Yes.
Her husband was a shot at her husband and her being so in the face. The shot that was
Yeah.
the baby. Yes.
I remember that.
That's great. I was. Well, that's what I. Actually, love it.
Yeah, no, it's like, I was actually in the hospital. I was a little bit. So, but, moral argument.
Yeah.
That was the point, next Friday.
The room was like a garden, so there's still, and they became.
I think.
Oh, kids are crazy.
They
was crazy.
Where they can hurt and,
What
work, and then stop her, right?
So she's running around like crazy.
Oh, okay.
That was her.
No, it's always so people. No, they need access.
So doctor picked up the chart before, they just go, she's dead. The next week.
Some guys probably have.
Yeah. And they were very between those. That's what. Yeah, that's important. That's why you have.
If they open changes that.
Yeah. That's what. Dr. Holt, and we don't find out. Well, Oh. Oh, the minute, yeah. Yeah. But the other way that I'm doing, I should write it back, right, or the right place. Well.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, yeah, I got it.
They paid us only. They want us to already made it back, but still, it's really better. Yeah, so, and then the blueberries and shield. That's. Yeah, it's so sad. Only a handful of you.
I will never go back. Yes, I know. You have to
Yeah, it's very. Another thing. This. Oh, so.
I'm done. If we have to think about it, I'm not fired. I have to smash the door. So when you're on the left.
Oh, okay.
We have.
And mine.
But yeah, if you do this together, with that stuff together, like, would you, I want to wonder.
Well, you know, we do that. Was it even until we don't, we did it down, we just raised that. It was moving on. If there's this-
This guy, when I was 6 months, and like, my friend, is me to go out to New York, and, he was working with something like that. No, it is, but what happened, he asked. I was driving with him. So then my nephew, my nephew was, David's son, and, so he was. I said, "What is that?" He said, "He knows." The good thing was I broke like this. So he said, it's been operating on, this was it. So. Day before. So he comes to me. So. My circulation.
No, we don't like I would.
Yeah.
But now.
Yeah. Oh, that's. I was at the school. I would. Street. Oh, yes, it's. That's the first. Yeah. Well, what I was, you know.
Shall we go home and get my?
Come back, you're looking at TV, they're all.
What about? Oh, right. Going down the whole thing about 9 days. Oh, yeah, it's.
Now, no.
Oh my God, that big. That's all. Oh my gosh. I know. If you don't mind. Oh, it's not.
Talk to my wife.
What?
Did not know any.
Good job. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that. How long? I don't know.
Thank you, sir. I just.
I'm having this. Yeah. Like, it's the beginning of my existence. Oh my gosh. I know, yeah. Maybe a sucker.
Yeah, but then you have to, then it ends.
This is true, yeah.
Yeah, and then you don't have any more. I know. Maybe
Okay.
I'll try to switch.
Yeah, okay. Just for, twice a month.
It might start to get really nasty though.
Oh, no. Well, you'll fit right in. Oh, my God. Hi, Terry. How you doing? I should have known that. If I could go back to my meeting myself, I know we would have.
Okay, Eric, did you get that
crap off the side. Okay, sorry that took much longer than we thought, but I think we had a productive discussion that we got ourselves some direction on a few key areas, so I appreciate your patience. Okay, we have one workshop discussion this evening. It's on beach badge pricing. This primarily deals with our season, senior, junior, disabled pricing. Actually, it really keys in on season because one of the things Bradley Beach has done for a number of years is provide what we call a holiday discount. And we usually put that for sale. I think it's the Monday after Thanksgiving weekend. So we do not have a meeting between now and then. So we need to kind of get this decision moved today. We've done a little bit of analysis on this that will provide the public, and we will get started. So this is about 5 slides that the council has seen and will interact on, and then we'll hopefully we can make up some time. We'll see. What time is it now? It's
7:50.
7:50. Okay. We're 50 minutes over. Okay, let's start. Okay, next slide. One minute down. So the first thing we looked at was some comparatives around the area. So Avon by the Sea, Belmar, Bradley Beach, Neal, Lock Harbor, Manasquan, Ocean Grove, Seagirt, Spring Lake. So you can see the adult badges prices range anywhere from $70 to $150. Senior and juniors, they're all over the place. I would say if you look at the yellow line for Bradley Beach, we're priced at $80 right now for season badges and $35 for seniors, $35 for juniors. If you look at some of these other towns, we're pretty, well priced. On the daily side, we're kind of right in the middle. I don't know if we call it the middle, but all these towns that we looked at is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We looked at 10 towns. They're either $10, $11, $12, and we're at $12. For those who don't remember, I'm sorry, John. In 2020, because of the lack of being able to foresee what was going to happen with COVID, we took our daily prices from I think 10 to 13. And you'll see how much we made on that in the next slide or 2 slides down. We backed that off to $12, and I think we've been at $12 for 21, 22, and 23. So that's our comparatives. It's just a point of reference. Okay, if you go to the next slide, please. The next slide shows kind of an 8-year overview of our badge sales. We did on the season side, that includes season, juniors, it includes season, senior, junior, disabled. The majority of it's seasonal badges. So from 2016 to 2019, and then the dailies are the dailies. From 2016 to 2019, we averaged about $1.5 million in sales. COVID year, clearly, it was a good aberration for us because it built our surplus and provided us some real ability to do some investments in the beach. So that was almost $2.5 million. 2021, 22, 23, we've been at about $1.9 million up or down. So even though we took a significant reduction from 2020, we've really still indexed up over that $1.5 million average of 3 years, which really says that people kind of found the beach again and kind of have been coming back. But we have seen some volume deterioration over the last couple of years. But our total units for 2023, we sold about 95,000 badges in total. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of an eye chart, but because of the last 2 years, in this analysis, we're assuming we're going to take, this is just for season. Last year, we sold about 15,600, 700 adults, senior, junior, disabled. we made an assumption that we're gonna lose about 5% in volume year on year. Last year, we lost a little bit more than that, both on season and daily, so we think it's a reasonable assumption. When you do that, right out of the gate, you lose about $50,000 in season badges. If we took the badges up about $5, actually $5, we pick up about 22,000 and $10 about 96,000. As it relates to the discounts, the value of these discounts, so that $20 that we give right now, selling it for $60 for the month of December, that costs us about $141,000. So it's pretty significant when you look at the total price. So we hadn't looked at this level of detail, but Sean Peter, Chris Clinton, I should have mentioned that. I should have mentioned that in the first slide. Sean Peter, Chris Clinton, and Joe Sarno got through a lot of these numbers for us. So we appreciate the fact now that we have some unit sales and some dollars that we can talk through. Next slide, please. There's 2 more slides. So a few options to consider. The numbers you see on the left from 2016 to 2023, the slides, the numbers you saw before. So if we sold, if we went to an $85 season badge and only a $15 discount versus 20, our season badge number we're projecting, even with the 5% hit in volume, would be about 971. We did reduce our dailies down to 907 from 955, and it's just again a 5% potential deterioration. And that brings us to about 1,878,000, which is higher than we made this year, but it's margin. If you look at a $90 and a $15 discount, it's about 1,953,000, which kind of is a little bit over that midpoint, getting us back to even with some 5% volume loss. 5% volume loss is worth about almost 800 badges. So 800 badges is not a small number. Some things to consider in the bottom box. In talking to the council, nobody was really in favor of touching daily prices, daily badge prices at $12. Operating costs will continue to rise with statutory hourly increases like salaries, and we'll cover that next. The cost of McCabe and Ocean Park, McCabe Ocean Park and Sylvan Outfall projects will begin to hit us in 2024. And potential partial costs with bulkhead extensions and pump house renovations may or may not hit us, depending on. We're going to talk tonight about getting a grant that would give us the ability to get another grant, hopefully, so that we can get that particular one of those things paid for. So those are a couple options we've talked about amongst ourselves. I didn't cover the forecast. We forecasted 1,900,000 in 21, 1,900,000 in 22, and 1,800,000 in 23. We missed slightly the forecast in 21 by $18,000, and we beat the other 2 years. So we've been pretty good on the projections. Next slide. This is a, believe it or not, a reasonably simplified view of revenue, expense, and surplus. The detail that you get in the budget review is much more in depth, but this shows our 23 and 24 projected. So the 24 projected, we put in this is just for illustrative purposes. We put in the $85 number. But if you look at our revenue in the last couple of years, we've been 2,600,000, 2,700,000. If you look at our expense, 2,600,000. We got 2,800,000 in for this year, and the big number here is an increase in debt service for the outfall pipes. That's about an additional $195,000. So it's not a small number. And our CFO gave us he looked at a couple of encumbered funds and said, the surplus will probably come in around 900 in 2024, but it's a projection. So it does show the fact that we're fairly flat on the revenue side. We do have an increase on the expense side. So I think we would agree that it warrants some action. So that's kind of the numbers we put together at this point. So I will be quiet now and see if any council wants to talk or refer to another slide or make any points. Yes.
Yeah, just so again, residents understand how we, the council, look at this. The beach utility is supposed to pay for itself. We're not supposed to make billions of dollars profit on it. I mean, there is a temptation. It certainly was when I first joined the council to say, hey, how much more can we charge? Because we can get more surplus and use that surplus to build new ramps and a lot of really good things. And within reason, we've done exactly that. So I just want to start out by saying, as we get into this discussion, our goal is to keep pristine beaches, keep great service, but we're not here to just, randomly jack up prices. We need analysis like this that the mayor just walked us through to help us understand what level of revenue do we need to maintain our beaches at an excellent level. But there comes a point where I would say we have a fiduciary responsibility to all beachgoers, our residents and folks who visit from outside of Bradley. And we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that our charges are reasonable. So I just want to say that because you could look at any numbers we throw up there and go, oh yeah, everybody else is charging 90 and you're only at 80, charge 85, charge 90, it's not quite that easy. We just want to make sure what we do is fair and equitable. And Mr. Mayor, the one quick comment is I wouldn't, at least for me, speaking for myself, I wouldn't necessarily rule out revisiting the daily badge prices. I know the numbers you gave us showed everyone's pretty tightly clustered around $12, but I'm guessing those are last year's numbers.
Yeah, they are. I should have said that. That's a
Yeah.
good point, that we could see any one of these towns raise the prices. That these are based on this year's pricing. You're absolutely right.
But we have to, as the mayor said, we have to make a decision basically tonight if we want to have discounted pricing in December for our seasonal badges. So I would just say to everyone, whatever we decide tonight, we'll still have an opportunity to look at the daily badges, whether we keep them the same or change them in a few months. When you look at this number, it suggests that in 2023, there was $1 million surplus. That includes, if I'm reading the exhibit correctly, the 440,000 or so that we borrowed from ourselves as part of our revenue. So the real, I'll call it the real surplus is closer to 550,000. Am I saying that correctly, Mr. Mayor? Because
I don't know.
okay.
And I'll tell you, I get when these guys, because when they talk about surplus, and I'm not gonna say that I'm an expert on how surplus works in multi-years, but you encumber funds and then that goes into your surplus. It's a whole operation. The numbers, those surplus numbers came from the CFO. We've been riding at about $1 million since the 2020. We've been riding at about $1 million, but he looked at what was encumbered, some of the expenses, and said, you're probably going to take a little bit of a hit this year. I would recommend 900, but I think they really got to wait till the numbers come in. But we are using, each year we've used 400, but we've regenerated. So that would tell me that we have underspent. Like I look at other expense, I think you've asked this question. Some of the other expenses on the beach, the line items, they look light spend versus what we budget, but it's actually helped with the surplus. So the part of it says you cut it, and then the other part, well, it's going to generate some surplus for you. So we've been pretty good with the surplus on this one.
Yeah, it seems that we've been adding, certainly carrying, as the mayor just said, $1 million, give or take, of surplus, a fund, a bank account of excess dollars that we can spend on the beach. And our beach revenues have largely been, sustainable, so that we've at least sustained that surplus and possibly added to it. So a couple of other things. We do have new costs this year. Now, the good news is we've at least been breaking even. We've been maybe better than break even. But as the mayor pointed out, we've got new costs, largely for the outflow pipe. Larry, you gave us the 180,000, 195, but that's on what, a $3 million bond?
$3 million at 30 year, yeah.
Okay, so
It's an estimate right now, but it's
an estimate that beach utility has picked up an extra $3 million of debt.
Yep.
And it's going to cost us close to $200,000 a year for 30 years to pay that off.
Yep.
So that's a big ticket item, obviously. a good news thing is we think the administration is working through a revamped strategy for our concessions. And we may be able to generate 50,000, 100,000, 150,000 more in concession dollars. Obviously, it's going to depend on what people are willing to pay us. But we think the new strategy should generate some additional revenue. So whether it offsets that 190 or not is anybody's guess. I would not suggest we bank on that. So having said all that, trying to distill, oh, Larry, I'm sorry, one more question. What's the discount today? It's $80 gross price, but what's
60.
Oh, so
So
it's
well,
$20.
last couple of years, it's been $20, it's a $60 rate. And I have not, and maybe people in the audience know, I don't know of any other towns. I know Avon, I specifically called there last week and their answering machine says we start badge sales on March 6th and they don't discount. So I don't know if we do a pretty extensive discount, which people love, and I'm not minimizing it, but
And we do get a large percentage of our seasonal sales in the early months, in December. and
in
January.
December, we get 2/3 or more of our season badges are sold in the month of December.
So when you look at these numbers, last year, for example, we were selling $80, but in December, $20 discount, and you just heard 80%.
Yeah, and that was that the value of that was $140,000.
Yeah.
It cost us didn't cost us. We discounted $140,000 to the residents or whoever bought.
So when we talk about a $5 increase, we're talking about a $5 increase for everybody. It goes from $80 to $85. But we're also talking, for anyone buying those badges early, we're also talking about another $5 increase because it's less with a discount.
Yes.
Yes. So, so I'm laying this all out there to say that these numbers roughly generate another $100,000 a year, roughly, just based on the extra $5 on the ticket, on the badges, and we also need to talk about $5 on adults, but probably something closer to $2 on children and others. I don't think we put. Well, my suggestion, I don't think we.
Oh, you mean juniors?
Yes,
I'm sorry. Yeah,
The
we
junior-
just assumed.
it might not be a straight
yeah.
$5.
Yeah, could you go back one slide, Michelle? Our assumption was right there. It was 85 or 90, and then for the either
Disabled
seniors or
seniors.
juniors, it's currently 35. The first on the left would be to 40, the one to the right would be 45.
So we were adding $5.
5 on the first and 10 on the second.
Yeah, to all.
To all, that's
And-
correct.
and one, I earlier spoke with Councilwoman Mahoney, who said we might not want to do the full $5 on juniors. It's a much larger percentage on juniors. So that's a separate discussion. Bottom line is it's about 100,000 more of revenue that we'd be generating under this scenario. We might have extra revenue coming in on concessions, but we know we're gonna have 200,000 more in our debt. So I'll end my comments by saying, so I'm in favor of the $5 for adults. I still want to look at individual, badges, daily badges a few months from now. But as for right now, generating an extra $100,000 in our seasonal badges, roughly 100,000, I think makes sense for the beach utility. But my caveat is, I would say the $5 for adults, but a lesser amount on the badges that are, for seniors and juniors and so forth.
Have we ever done anything in between a $5 increment? That's my only question. I mean,
I don't know.
it's like going like to 35 to 37. That's what you're proposing, something like that.
I'm at least asking the rest of the council to.
Well,
weigh in.
so recognize that 971 that's up there, far right, second to the left, that's $5 and $5. With a
Right.
$15 discount, and that's generating about 75, 70-ish increment.
Yeah.
The 90 generates that 100 plus, 130 or whatever it
Yeah,
is.
to give everyone a sense, the total units of tickets that we're looking at, it's around 15,000. Around 11,000 is adult. So, whatever that's over 2/3 of the tickets would get the $5, and maybe they'll all get 5 once we discuss this.
Yeah,
But I'm just saying maybe,
the junior seniors are about 4,200 units. So that gives you a sense of scale. Juniors and seniors are about 4,200 badges and the regular are 11,000. So.
Yep.
It's a significant amount more. I mean, the money's in the seasonals, but there is some money in the others too. So any other?
No,
Nope.
I'm fine, thank you.
I'd like to hear what the public has to say
Yeah,
about this.
That's fine.
For
Let's,
now.
why don't we do that and then we can come back. I have one other comment, but I can wait. Yeah, yes.
Dr. Tom McGuire, 610 Berlin Avenue. The numbers that were figured on the 2024, I know you said the units were 15,000, but 15, right?
15, yeah.
But you did say something about a 5% decrease that we're expecting. Is that the 5% decrease that we're expecting? Or is that the
Baked into these numbers, we're assuming a 5% reduction in
unit
badges.
badges?
because we've seen that the last 2 years.
We've seen 5% reduction over. from
Actually, we've seen a little bit more,
Yeah,
higher more. And our thought is that 2020, nobody traveled.
no, I get that.
And I think what's happening is people are starting to travel more and they're not just saying our only option is the beach.
Mhm.
We don't know where it's gonna bottom out, but
Yeah.
we're still doing 25, 30% better than 2016
No,
and
I
19.
get that.
Yeah,
My just question was, just to be able to see the number, I know it's only a 5% difference, but that's what that number is, like, if it's 971, we add 5% to that, is that what it is? Or is it 5% of like the units, like, because you reduce the amount, right, is that how you?
the
figure it?
badges, yeah.
that
Just
night
the
someone-
badge fails, right,
Okay, no, badge units.
badge units.
Right, so I'll give you an exact number. Last year, we sold 11,239 season badges.
Yeah.
We're assuming in this analysis, we're only gonna sell 10,677.
Okay,
And that's based on the experience we've had the last 2 years that we've seen erosion.
but say we have a great year and great summer, no rain, the potential is that 5% can still be made up, correct? Like,
It could, well, it could be, yeah,
And that's just surplus for us if it is?
yes. that's
Because,
correct.
and the other question was about I know the salaries, all of that projected, that's, when are we gonna know those numbers? As far as, because I know everything's gonna be going up with, but as far as.
Yeah, the salary number was, I think, 2 or 3%, so it's
Yeah.
mostly, but there's statutory stuff because we gotta get the minimum wage, the $17
Yeah, I
thing.
see that.
That's all baked into that, yeah.
Okay, I know we were talking about budget stuff for like next year, are we gonna get more solid numbers on the beach utility budgets so that we know that?
Yeah, we close out in December, we'll have, I mean, these numbers are pretty close, they shouldn't change a lot.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes,
Nancy Meadow, Edgewater condominiums. I make the same comments every year, probably. First of which is, these need to go on sale prior to Thanksgiving for people who come down here for Thanksgiving and then close up their houses. So they could buy them for Christmas and put them in as stocking stuffers and or Hanukkah stuffers and or Kwanzaa stuffers. That being said, I don't even know how you can move forward thinking what to charge, what not to charge. When 3 names were mentioned this evening, I was only familiar with one, who was the beach manager. When we started all of this, when I first was coming here, we had no beach manager, we had no beach assistant manager. We didn't take 25% of the beach revenues and put it towards the VA salary. Without all of that being adjusted appropriately for now having all this excess employee. It's not a matter of only what we take in, it's a matter of what we spend. In addition, it's not just salaries, it's tipping fees. They are huge. And I never hear this body recognize it. On top of which, I still do not, and I guess I will never comprehend until I'm given an accurate reason as to why the fees from the parking meters go into the current fund budget. I was not aware that Mr. Menino was, or that we had a CFO. Last meeting, we had somebody else sign off on the bill list.
Some of it is.
So all of this to me is clouded, not transparent. Personally, I buy one badge a year, it's a senior badge. If I'm gonna go to the beach every day for the 90 days, I'm there. And I think to cut the discount, I mean, we already cut it from when it was 50%. You're quibbling over $5, whether or not we should give a smaller discount to people that are giving you money to work with all year. Plus, then there's all the Vipley fees that people absorb. I think this whole thing needs to be reworked. But that's just me.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Herb Kenny, 216 Brindley. Just a couple of questions. When we sell the beach badges, how much of that is typically residents? To buy, at the discounts and things of that sort.
That's a hard question to ask
Track that?
because it used to be tracked. You used to have to fill out a form for every badge and now it's just, you just sell it, we just sell it.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate because it'd be interesting in understanding that if it's residents, right? Because, when you look at this trend line, you can guess the 5%, but if you go back, throughout the COVID year, but from 21 to 22, 23 of the seasonal, I mean, you're in a pretty sharp decline. And if
Well,
you,
20, let me explain 21. If you think about 21, in 20, we had this supply demand thing. We were shutting down the beach for a number of people. So what happened in 21 is people said, if this happens in 20, if this happens like it happened in 21, I'm going to buy a season badge. So you had a big influx of people
Yeah.
buying season badges in 21. And then after it leveled off the COVID, now we're into this, 950, 900, we're in that area. But I think those 2 years were a little kind of
I
weird.
mean, but it's a scary trend. I mean, just by raising it again, you run the risk, I think, less people are gonna buy it again and you're gonna have a bigger problem. The outflow, I totally get, I understand capital improvements, things like that, but say we move forward with this, boardwalk extension you're talking about, say we get that grant, right, we get half, I assume, I don't know how it works, but is that gonna add more incremental costs like we'll
Well,
see in a few years?
So it would be our intent. Well, it really depends on what kind of grant you get. For instance, this boardwalk grant, you can get up to 90% coverage.
Okay.
So we'd have to pay
That's
10%.
better.
So if we got $1 million grant, we'd have to pay
Yeah,
$100,000.
so that would make sense because, I mean, if we're gonna keep doing project after project, looking at this is never ending, right? And you're gonna tick off a lot of people after you just paid, a 13.2% municipal tax. Now you're gonna pay another 10% or whatever your badges come to, you're gonna get a lot more people that sit in these seats. I say this almost every time I get up here, I just work for a company that zero cost budgeting. But I mean, how difficult would it be to figure out how you could save $100,000 in expenses to offset your $5 increase? I keep coming to these meetings, I just never ever hear anything about productivity. Do you get together with the teams and say, we're wasting money here, we're wasting money here, I really think you need to force the teams to come up with some type of cost savings, because you're just continually just passing these costs on, and, it's becoming a problem, but that's my only comment, but, I would say the time is pretty much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, could you flip to Michelle, could you flip to the Zoom? So we see if anybody else has any comments, because we can't see. Don't
I
see
do not
any
see any hands.
No hands.
That's the last.
I'm sorry?
The little white hand is the mouse.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Or cursor, the cursor.
Okay, we don't have anybody else.
Nope.
So, I don't know where everybody's at. I was at where Councilman Gubitosi was at 85 until I got the debt numbers of 195, made me a little bit nervous. I think we can live with either one. But I do think we have to take somewhat of an increase. I mean, the worst case is if we do find ourselves coming up light this year, we could adjust it again next year, another 5. But I think some towns do like $5 a year, like almost like clockwork. That's, I mean, like a Spring Lake Avon, they've been popping it up for a while, but you know, again, I'm not really married to either number. I don't know if anybody else has any comments.
Mr. Mayor, do we have a recent last couple of year history of what we've done with senior badge pricing?
We haven't touched any badges in like 3 years now, I don't think.
Yeah, those haven't been touched. So the senior prices, they've been
35.
35,
yeah.
okay, and are we looking to keep that the same?
No, they're talking about going up to potentially to 40.
Those
Okay.
numbers included.
Oh, okay, $5 for everybody, okay.
$5 for everybody.
But, and what I said earlier, I'll just repeat it so we can debate this. I said if we bump the adults 5, that's 5 on a base of 80, you know, it's whatever percent that is, 7% or something.
Right,
5 on a $35 badge is.
It's 100%. Yeah.
It's double digit.
that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
So I was thinking, and actually I'll give Ms. Mahoney the credit. She had said maybe we should have a more equal percentage increase in a conversation the two of us had. Which might be something more like $2 or $3 on the seniors, what the juniors and the disabled. You think? Okay, you want to say that to the rest of the room?
I'm just thinking to keep the junior and the seniors the same price and just the regulars, maybe a $5 increase on a seasonal badge for an adult.
And not increase it at all
I don't-
for juniors and seniors?
It just seems a lot for, if you look with the percentage, what the price is, it is, like he
But
said,
if what I hear you, and if what the mayor just said is true, that we haven't changed the junior and senior price in years. And then, so it's like, we're raising it $5, but it hasn't been raised in like.
Yeah.
Several years, so you know what I'm saying?
right,
I
but
mean, I could be talked into
Yeah.
like raising it to like $3 or something, but.
Yeah.
5 in that context, it doesn't seem like that big a deal.
Yeah, Michelle, could you go back to the comparative, because one thing that struck me, I breezed over it, but. Michelle, could you go back to the comparative? Thank you. First sheet. Go on, right there.
Right there.
You can make that big. And I'll just read a few of them. The senior junior badges, Avon, $55. Belmar, 30 for senior, 70 for junior, well, they don't have junior. Black Arbor, $80, $110, senior, junior. Manasquan, 30, 40. Ocean Grove, 50, 50. Seagirt, 70, 115. Spring Lake, 80, 110. So ours are, you know, we're pretty good. But I hear your point, you know, it's still an increase, but some of these towns, they basically just say, you're on your own.
I hear you, yeah.
I think we've been pretty fair, you know, at least what I see there. And we haven't raised them every year, and I know nobody likes prices going up, but. So
I'm okay with 85 and raising the other ones $5. Just because it hasn't been done here, so.
I understand, okay.
okay,
I'm more near to that, so.
well, we don't have to decide on the 5 anyway, the senior. The only thing I have to decide on tonight is, do we go 85, 15? If that's,
Yeah.
because that's gotta go on sale on Monday.
Right,
What about the senior badges? Do they not?
No, we don't discount those.
Not discount them, but do we have to set a $35
Yeah,
price?
it's in the resolution, so.
You still have to set that price.
Yeah.
Because if someone comes in November, in
To buy, yeah, okay. I got
December,
you, I
wants
got
to
you,
buy
I
a
got
junior
you.
badge.
So, I mean, just, again, we're gonna have to vote on, someone's gonna have to make a motion.
When go on sale?
Next, Monday after Thanksgiving.
Monday after,
Yes.
oh, they go on sale Monday after Thanksgiving. Not before,
Correct. We only have one council meeting between, we don't want to have any council meetings between now and then.
and there's no way we can put them on sale a little bit earlier? No. Really? We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the infrastructure for it.
Well, I even have the badges. That's one thing we have to get our hands on.
That's it.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I suggest that we just vote on each price separately, just,
Yeah, that's fine.
right, I'll make a motion that the adult prices are $85 from, moving up $5 from the.
We're gonna move the resolution up. Do we have to make a motion to move the resolution up?
Well, wait, we're just doing it later in the
Oh,
meeting,
okay,
right? It was
okay.
on the agenda.
Wait a minute.
Oh, now I have an ad.
Should we move the resolution up?
I don't have a problem with that. Let's get it out of the way.
There's a hand.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Steve
Steve.
Scavelli,
Mr.
Yes,
Scavelli,
Steve Valley, 609 Ocean Avenue, first time, long time. Just want to let you know the senior and junior badges were both raised $5 last year.
They were.
We had a conversation, there was a conversation about it, but I don't remember.
Okay,
I remember them being $30, yeah.
maybe you could check the
Okay.
record on that. Thank you. So we were. Myself, the clerk wasn't aware of that, so thank you. Okay, is there other hands? Not other hands. Yeah, yeah,
With somebody in the audience.
yeah.
Julia Johnson, 605 on North Avenue. I agree with what Mr. Kenny was saying. I think instead of like looking at, to increase the beach badges, they are quite expensive to begin with. We have to look at better management, cost efficiency and processes, because I'll be honest with you, I always buy 4 beach badges. I'm only buying a few this year. And the reason being, and a lot of other people are saying the same thing, is the fact that now that COVID is, we're kind of over it, people are doing other things. So I think it's not so much about raising the price as to what are we doing? Because I don't hear anything about, well, what can we do for better processes and efficiencies? So I think you have to kind of look at both. Because we haven't talked about that at all. I understand at one point you're saying, well, maybe we should increase. But I think we have to look at the flip side too. We can't just constantly increase. We have to look, well, what can we do better? And that's just always, good management and good processes to say, let's reevaluate what we currently have. Where are we lacking? What do we excel at? And what should we possibly improve on? That'd be my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Wanna move it up?
Let's
Yeah.
do the daily badge, I guess, first.
Well, let's move up the resolution.
Oh, yeah, oh, yes.
We don't have to
please,
do the
yes.
deal, so, yeah, no, definitely don't budget it.
What is the resolution?
So I need a motion, so like,
And we're gonna do that, we're gonna. It's,
271.
271.
271, yep.
I'll make a motion to move up, resolution number 2023-271. Establishing the 2024 beach badge prices and sales dates to this juncture in the agenda.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Now we need a motion.
okay, so I'll make a motion that we move the adult badge pricing to $85 with a $15 discount.
I'll second it.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes,
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
okay, I'll make a motion that we increase the juniors, the seniors, and the disabled badges from $35 to $37, a $2 increase. Is there a second?
I will second that because what we just learned that they have gone up recently, so.
Mr. Noble?
I would prefer to see no increase for the seniors or the juniors or the ADA compliant one, so I would say no to this one. Sorry. Sorry. Al.
Mr. Gubatose?
I'll say yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Finding out that they went up last year, then I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, thank you all. We'll see how the sales go. The good news is the way we're tracking this now, we're gonna have a very early sense of how we're doing. I'm pleased that we finally got some systems in place so we can look at this and understand where we are in each month. Okay, let's move to the next item, presentations and bids. There's none. Number 8 on the agenda is approval of minutes. Make a motion to approve the October 25th, 2023 council business 18 minutes.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, make a motion to approve the October 25th, 2023 executive meeting minutes.
Second.
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Next agenda item is public comments pertaining to the agenda items only, 5-minute limit and single instance to speak per participant, whether in person or virtual. Any questions on the agenda? Yes.
Her Penny 216 Brittany, has to do with the bill list. Meredith, there's a $48,000 charge to the Avakian Engineering Company again. It says for services been up to June. You know what that's for?
Yes. So this is the soft cost for the sewer projects. The invoices reflect until 2023, but it all has to do with the sewer sanitation project. It's bonded.
I understand. Is that phase 2?
That is, I believe, phase 3.
Oh, no.
It is
Phase two.
phase 2.
Okay, so. The last 3 bills list we've had, because I've come up here 3 times in a row. We got a $448,000 change orders. We got a 18,000 something for Avakian to manage the change orders. And now $48,000 to go back to June. I had asked the last meeting, were we done with phase 2? Are we done paying? And Mayor Fox told me yes.
I thought we were.
Well, this is insane.
Well, it's not.
No, I'm not saying, yeah, I'm just saying, how can these engineers, I'll ask Meredith another question. Do we have a rule when services are rendered to Bradley Beach, that an invoice must be received by a certain date?
I would have to check our purchasing policy. I don't think there's a hard and fast rule.
Why not?
I know that finance does, has been going after, folks trying to get the things, but we did receive this invoice on October 31st, just to let you know.
Yeah, but it's from services in June. If I own a business, I guarantee you, 90% of the people that do business for this time, you're gonna get an invoice a day after you did this service. It's always these big time, big money, laundering money that keeps coming in 6 months to one. CME did 1 year of payments of invoices. You guys gotta get on top of this. There should be a rule. If you don't have it in, you're not getting paid. I don't know how you run a budget. Because you got costs. You can't even do a run rate. You can't do anything. You're guessing. The other thing I'd like to see, is there any way that the residents can see how much this Avakian company has been paid versus to do this project? It was a $4 million project, I believe.
But
Okay,
it's about $600,000.
that's all they've been paid.
Well, I think we'll get the exact number, but that was the original contract with them. So it might
I
be-
know that was the original, but we keep getting all these extras.
Well, no, I think the 18 was extra. I think the other 48, I'm not sure. that was extra.
I think it would be a very good thing for this town if we could see what the budget was, what did phase 2 actually cost us. I don't know if we can finish yet, because we don't know if anybody's gonna be sending invoices in 2024. But you gotta get on top of this. This is insane, because I don't know how the revolving door and administrator, CFO, how do you even know what work is being done, and how do you question somebody from 6 months ago when half the people don't even remember what was done? It's out of control. My opinion.
There is a flip side to that, which is positive. Cash flow.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
They're-
We're not paying a bill for $50,000 and they're letting us have their money for 6 months.
They're giving us such a deal. I'll tell you.
Well,
So, thank God.
Yeah,
They saved us a
yeah.
lot of money.
Yeah, yes.
Don't pay them, that's like the favorite.
Linda Duffy, 312, Burnley Avenue. I have a question about the bills list too. So page 15. The senior contribution says $2,000.
Correct.
Okay. So when our treasurer went up to collect or sign the voucher today, she was told it was $1,200.
That is, it's unfortunate, I'm sorry, she's told that the donation is $2,000, that is what we're asking the governing body to approve, so unless it's changed by the governing body, the seniors will receive
It
it.
was on the budget also, on page 15D. So my problem is, this is why there's a lack of trust with what goes on here. Why was that information not disseminated down to Michelle? She had no idea. She said through an email and also verbally to another person who was substituting for Catherine when she's up on she, wherever it made her sign the voucher. I don't know how that information didn't get there.
I agree with you, and I will work better so that finance staff is the ones talking to people about purchase orders and what's going on with the budget.
And the other thing, I have to ask, why do we pay for bottled water? Is our tap water not good enough to drink in this building or any of the buildings on the premises?
You talking like the water machines?
Yeah.
We don't,
It's
Well,
small.
yeah, we have
we don't supply bottled water to people.
It says
No,
bottles, it
no.
says bottles on the.
No,
So we
okay.
do the 5 gallon.
We have the 5 gallons for the water machine.
Yes, why do we have that? People can't get tap water or bring their own water from home. I'm not being petty, it just adds up. Or why can't we get bottle fillers? Like we have at the beach. You know, we have filtered water coming through the bottle fillers, they're not that expensive. I know we probably, in some of the older portions of the buildings have water fountains, and that's an easier access than just putting in a new line. But, I don't know, I'm just wondering, this building isn't that new, so every school has water fountains in it when I was. So but really, bottled water, it's not good for the environment, and people can bring in their own water.
I believe, don't we recycle those bottles? The
No,
guy
no,
that comes
I'm
against
not
them.
saying that, I'm saying that you recycle the bottles, but really recycling is not really recycling, we all know that. So why do we have to pay for bottled water for people?
I don't have a good answer for you.
All right, thank you.
I think it's been there forever, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Looking at our ocean park condominiums, you know. You can't put a filter on in your recycling bottles, you know. We're increasing our tube fees, I mean, we did pay for that. You know. We pay for electricity, again, I don't understand why that office is lit up, there's not been anyone in it, and I arrived here at 6:15. Regarding the $2,000 senior citizens thing, twice the treasurer came down to sign a voucher and it was incorrect. There is something called the United States Post Office. It's a senior citizen, why can't that voucher be mailed to them to sign, which is what I did when I was in municipal government and contracted with them. But I'd like to mention, oh, I thought I started. The one with 2023-272. It's not acceptable. That's just it blunt, as I like to be. And it's not acceptable for numerous reasons. You can't put a museum in a caustic environment. It just shows your disrespect for history. And that includes disrespect for senior citizens and populations. In addition, it's too small. There's also no parking. We have lost parking in that area over the years to that, I forget the address, what was the rehab house? To the inn, they now have more parking than they used to. To the Ocean Park, what used to be the entrance there. We've lost numerous parking spaces. Now we're gonna lose some to a museum, I would assume, let alone who's gonna be able to find parking there. And since I've been coming to Bradley Beach, not as long as many, but since 1987, that building has always been desired from everyone that I've known. And okay, yes, we do live on no grid, to be the bathroom for the playground. I know it gets into plumbing in the state and all of those things, but why can't our energies go into something like that? We have, and let's not forget, our $106,000 plus playground. Don't those people deserve a bathroom? Then you can shut down the one with the rain for the winter. People who use it are not taking up parking spaces. It's a win-win for many people. And I don't even know where these kinds of ideas come from. Certainly it was not in a meeting I attended. Did it ever come up before, and yet already there's a resolution? Again, and look at what would go into that building. You can't remake history. I cannot even emphasize as a teacher how important history is, and that's coming from a student who didn't care about it. And then where are you gonna store the stuff? And what's gonna happen when we have a storm and everything seeps through the walls and it floods out? Well, whoopsie, you know, we lost it in the floods. We have enough of that kind of stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thomas J. Milan, 612 Third Avenue. I'm not happy with the way some of these resolutions have been crafted tonight. They don't really give the residents the information that they need. So I'm going to start with 2023-265. Authorizing clerk's office to advertise for request for proposals. There's no positions listed. I mean, the public should know what the positions are going to be. So I would ask that you table that until that is added to the resolution. The next one is 2023-266, authorizing to advertise for various borough concessions. Various borough concessions, not listed, no specifics, no numbers, no base bids, nothing. I would ask that that be tabled. 2023-267, and not acknowledgement of calendar year 2023 best practices inventory. The inventory is not attached. This document is supposed to answer and provide taxpayers with additional means for evaluating their municipality performance, including how tax dollars are utilized. There's no workshop, no one's telling us what it is. All we're doing is acknowledging that the borough has gone through the process, but there's no sharing with the residents of Bradley Beach. That information would be really important. So I would ask that that be tabled. 2023-270 is authorizing the ban of synthetic toxic pesticides in the borough-owned land, ponds, and waterways. This is actually a reauthorizing of a ban that was approved by a council and was recommended by Councilman Kotler a few years ago, and apparently was ignored because the Roundup was on the bills list. And I want to thank the residents who noticed that. But this should be recast also to acknowledge the previous resolution and name Dr. Kotler, Councilman Kotler, as the one who really started this thing. So I'm not happy with that one. I believe that should be tabled until it's redrawn. And then 2023-274, authorizing a settlement of pending litigation. This is a $70,000 settlement, and everyone's going to say, oh, it's paid for by the JIF, the Joint Insurance Fund. But the Joint Insurance Fund bills a premium of over $400,000 to the borough every year. This is not free money. This is a major administrative error that should have never happened. And the residents that are getting this money deserve it because they were treated horribly. And I know my 5 minutes is almost up, so I'm going to touch on that a little more at the my next 5 minutes at the end. But I would appreciate it if those items would be tabled, the resolutions prepared properly and submitted to the council and to the residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Dr. Tom Morris, 10 Living Avenue. I am glad that the pesticide thing's on here. I really appreciate that. I just had some questions about it. A resolution, does a resolution like expire? Do they go away?
They're good for 1 year.
So is there any way we can not make this a resolution and make this an ordinance? because I think it should be an ordinance, I think it should be forever, this should never, ever be an option. Because if we have to do this every year, and obviously someone forgot about it, because Dr. Collins, thank you for sending that to me, Meredith. It was a while ago, and it obviously just went away, and we weren't following it, so I would rather not be a resolution, and it could be an ordinance. I think it's way more important, it's really important to be an ordinance. And the other thing I had a question about was the 54 Ocean Avenue, is that that's the quote unquote pump house, is that what that is?
Yeah.
That's the building, and is this possible to turn into a museum or exhibit hall? For us, like, it's like the towns, like where like they have the museum like right here, or are we gonna rent that out to someone?
No, that's what we propose to do. That's what the grant studies to look at
It's
to do
a
that.
planning grant,
It's a planning grant to put.
so it's not like that's the money that's gonna suddenly
Do we
turn
have
into a
to match
museum.
it though?
No,
We get 50,000 to do that.
The Economic Development Authority has this grant program
Yeah.
where it essentially looks to put decrepit or derelict municipal assets back into use.
Okay,
That building certainly fits the bill.
correct, but it doesn't have to necessarily be a museum.
No, this is to pay for someone to come in and figure out what can be done with it. We know a little bit about it from when we put out the RFP for a restaurant.
Yeah,
And
well, that was handled terribly, so I hope that can.
we're hoping this grant goes better,
I
Doctor.
hope it does. My wife talked to that person and it was terrible. So I hope.
So it's for planning, it's for someone to figure out if it could be a museum and exhibit.
Is there any way that we can change that to not just be a museum, could be a possible concession? Because is that something that they are able to look at when they do this? Like say, oh, this could do this, it could be like a list of ABC, or does it have? to
It is
be-
flexible,
It is.
yeah, because it's a
Okay.
planning grant. So if you come in and it's not possible, then you can pursue other options. The
So
idea
it's not
about
narrow on, just focus on.
right, it's not like a road grant where you say,
Yeah.
hey, we're doing this road this many feet, and then you say that's what it's gotta be.
Yeah.
It's flexible because it's a planning grant. It's essentially to, for the borough to spend $50,000 on spec to figure out what that building might be.
Yeah.
Is often politically unfeasible
Right.
or just unfeasible in general in a small town.
Yeah,
That's what this is designed to do, to
Okay.
kickstart the
process.
rehabilitation of assets like this that don't really have a use
That's great.
at this moment. And, what elected official is gonna put $50,000 spec on
Yeah.
some asset? So that's what the grant program is.
Okay, just because I'm really against it being a museum and exhibit hall, I think it'd be a great concession or possibly staff.
I could tell you this from when we did the restaurant.
Yeah,
Adding utilities and other functions
Yeah.
there is extremely difficult
okay,
because of the structure of the building and how deep it goes in the ground and everything else. There's
Okay.
great difficulty in creating that restaurant, right?
okay. All right, great, thank you very much.
okay,
There's one hand up on Zoom.
Yeah. yes,
Eileen Shishius, good evening, Eileen. Ms. Shishius? Ms. Shishius, did you have a question?
Hi,
Hi,
I apologize.
that's okay.
All right, I have a couple of questions about the bill list, please. On page 9, there is a $2,104 bill for Hamline University Adopt a Drain Program. Could you please explain what a drain program is?
Sure, so this is a request of the Environmental Commission, which is coming out of their Environmental Commission's annual budget. This is software for Adopt a Drain. So it is a program where residents will commit to adopting, quote unquote, their corner drain. They will clean it from leaves and debris to make sure the stormwater is going down, to help with some flooding issues. Also help, if there is trash there, to make sure it's properly sorted and recycled. So it's really a beautification and stormwater effort by the Environmental Commission.
Okay. All right, thank you. And one other question. On page 12, American Water bill was, and it goes over to page 13, it's $12,882. Is that a monthly charge or is that a quarterly charge?
I believe this is monthly. Let me double check though. I don't want to give you bad information. Yes, I will get back to you if it's monthly or quarterly. But it is covering all buildings in the town that include the sewer pump station, the recreation building, this building here, police department, the public works department, so it's all the buildings in town.
Okay, so you'll forward that information to me, whether or not it's a quarterly or a monthly bill?
Right now, ma'am, it's a monthly bill.
Oh, okay. My next question regarding the bill list is, page 15. And it's with, it's with our attorney Cannon. And I'm just curious, there's a $4,305 bill for special litigation expenses. And is this Mr. Cannon's fee for the Mayor Fox's lawsuit against the council? If not, what was the borough bill? Has Mr. Cannon billed the borough for his legal fees?
Yeah, Mr. Schiss, yes, that's my bill for L 1595, that's the litigation.
Okay,
Also, there was also expenses of $350.
right,
Total,
okay,
$46.55.
okay. Okay, thank you. One other comment. I'm absolutely opposed of a museum on the boardwalk. We are in desperate need of bathrooms. I think the residents and the people that come to the beach deserve lavatories that are fully function. I think the days of porta potties on the boardwalk should be over. And I think Bradley Beach has more to offer our residents and our beachgoers porta potties. And please consider putting restrooms in that facility. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brimley Ave. I too wanted to just discuss the same building, the pump house building. Mr. Cannon, I'm sorry, I'm not clear on what you said to Tom. But the grant application for the 50,000, that's just for the building in general. That's not specifically for the pre-development for the museum.
It's for someone to come evaluate the building and see if it can be rehabilitated into a museum or anything else, frankly. It's basically the professional services of evaluating the building.
Okay, so if we pass this though, so I get that as the grant and the planning part, but if we pass it as a resolution for pre-development for the museum, are we stuck on that because it's a resolution we pass?
So the deadline to apply for this grant is November 13th, which is why it's on today. So this would apply for the grant. And then if there's an evaluation that it's not appropriate for museum or exhibit hall, or they'll basically come up with the conclusion, and we would be able to change that, pursue other funding. So we're not locked into a museum or exhibit hall, but you have to give them an idea of what you might do.
Okay, so that you had to put an idea on there just to get them to come do the evaluation.
You have to have some sort of
Okay.
concept.
But if we pass the resolution as a town and we do say, yes, it's good for a museum, we don't have to stick to that, even though we passed the resolution?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure once the resolution's passed for that, it doesn't have to stay in the museum.
No, and you know,
Because I think then it should be workshopped.
you can see museum and exhibit hall, you know, and we can have a specific conversation. They pick something general that, you know, that's basically just the space that's conditioned and usable.
Right.
So we gave a very general concept.
Okay.
So I don't want you to get too caught up in the museum. The important part is, you know, getting money to figure out what you could do with that thing.
Okay.
We tried private money a couple of years ago, And it just wasn't gonna work out, cap or permit, intensity of use, utilities, all sorts of different.
Yeah.
issues.
No, that's fine. I just wanted the clarity around that. So,
It's very flexible. It's really, this grant is meant to kickstart us. Us being the town, to figure out what to do with these assets that are, it's just in a spot where we can put $50,000 in taxpayer money out here to figure out what you might do with it. No town really does that. Elected officials don't
Right.
do that. So these assets just sit there. You can drive from town to town. You can find them in almost, every small town has something that they still have the money to play around with,
Okay.
know?
yeah, that's totally fine. I just would like to ask the council that if this does get evaluated and it's a go for a museum idea, that we don't just run with that because of this resolution, that then it comes to the public that we got this money, let's workshop it, and then as a community decide what to do with that building moving forward. I'm just really asking for that, because this scares me to get approved tonight, and then we're stuck and on a museum if we get a yes that it could be a museum, so.
I can give you this,
That's all.
Sharon. What, if, let's just hypothetically say it could be a museum. That's gonna cost more than $50,000, and the next round of funding is definitely matching it best,
Okay,
right? So there's
Yeah, we
gonna
have to-
totally be a conversation about whether
Sure.
we're gonna spend the money to make it that way.
This is
that makes me
a
feel better.
very initial step. That's all this is.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anybody else? No. Okay, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is ordinances. We have two ordinances for introduction. The first is ordinance 2023-15. It's an ordinance amending chapter 123 beachfront areas and adjacent waters of the borough's revised general ordinances to include new article 4, Fletcher Lake Bridge, to prohibit all motorized or powered vehicles on any type of Fletcher Lake Bridge. Open that up for council comments.
Well, straightforward enough.
I guess I have your question, so if you want to ask it about motorized.
I had a concern about whether there would be any sorry. I had a question about whether or not there would be anything that would prohibit somebody from riding a motorized scooter across the walkway. Mr. Cannon has assured me that that would be against ADA regulation. I'm a little concerned because it's left up to discretion, and I would hate for someone to interpret it the wrong way. Saying, someone complaining, oh, that your motorized scooter is taking up too much room, or I think your motorized scooter is going too quickly over the bridge. So I like things to be very prescriptive so that it's not left up to interpretation, much like our noise ordinances. But,
But the counselor, yeah, and assured me that it doesn't need to be in there. And furthermore, this ordinance has to match what Neptune already passed. And I agree.
This also matches the promenade language as well. So
Yeah.
the same rules that are being applied to the beachfront promenade, it's literally the same language you use for the powered bicycles. The other thing I would point out is if someone takes a mobility scooter and puts a rocket engine on the back and drives it across Fletcher Lake Bridge, the police would take notice of that versus someone who's using it for mobility. So in some sense, you can't necessarily, it's hard to write everything that they might see out there. I have seen that on YouTube, so who knows?
But the thing about the beachfront makes the most sense to me because we're quite some time into having this ban on electric, bikes and stuff on the boardwalk. And of course, people that need it for mobility are in wheelchairs or motorized scooters or whatever. And nobody's writing them tickets, and I think it's working fine. So that's my assurance that it'll be fine on the Fletcher Lake Bridge.
and that makes me more comfortable.
The real loophole is these bicycles go, like we said, they go like 35 miles an hour now, these electric bicycles, which is more of a motorcycle than it is a bicycle.
And I don't understand why they're not requiring helmets, because that's a different discussion.
Any other council comments?
I didn't know they went that fast.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize they could
They can
fast
walk it.
motorized bikes.
I had a guy beating me on the sidewalk in my own town, over the speed limit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're crazy. They scoop them up. Okay, make a motion to introduce 2023-15.
Second.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Ordinance 2023-16. It's an ordinance amending chapter 5 Administration of Government, Boroughs Revised General Ordinance to repeal mayor's temporary appointment power under code section 514J. Any council comments?
No. So if there are no comments, then I'll make a motion to.
I have a comment.
Oh, okay, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
was just waiting to see if anybody else did. Clearly, again, I made some of these comments in the workshop 2 weeks ago. I'll repeat a few of those, and I've got some new ones. That in this form of government, this position, the mayor's position, has statutory responsibilities. Again, I believe this change is infringing on those. I think that this matter was reviewed back 3 or 4 months ago by a judge, but I think we're back to the same place. I don't think there's good consideration around continuity of government. And I think it could have an adverse employment action impact, which hopefully doesn't happen. I think we're putting the borough at legal risk, and I just don't understand why this is being specifically introduced. I think we're going down the same road that we went 3 or 4 months ago. I can mention a couple things that the judge mentioned in his legal brief, which was or his decision, that the borough council blurred what should be clear distinction. Adopting this ordinance was willful and unreasonable, amounting to arbitrary and capricious abuse of discretion. Again, I think we're heading down that same path. From a continuity of government perspective, I don't know if we're really committed to that principle or not. It's an important principle, having the right people in the right jobs all the time. So I don't know how this would be viewed by Judge English, but my view of it, he would agree with me that it is arbitrary and capricious, and that those are my comments. That's all I got to say.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't on the council when all of that went on, but I feel like the ordinances are written that advice and consent of the council is needed for certain positions. I think this helps adhere to that. I also feel that in order to have continuity of government, there are ways to have employees in and approved where they can serve for temporary amounts of time while getting paid a certain amount of money. And that's what happened with Mr. Fehrenbach, and the council approved that measure. And I feel that changing that allows for certain positions where the entire council can come together and agree on an employee. And I think it's a good measure. That's just my opinion.
But there will be cases where the council does not get together and agree, and at that point, something has to happen. So that's the point of my point. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just.
I understand.
Point
I guess point counterpoint, and I might be a little utopian, but.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments?
Okay, if there are no other comments, then I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinance 2023-16. Amending chapter 5 administration of government of the boroughs revised general ordinances to repeal the mayor's temporary appointment power under code section 514J. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
No. Okay, let's move to communications. We have a land use board class 3 appointment memo for Councilwoman Kristen Mahoney. Thank you for taking on that responsibility. It's a lot of fun and games. So we'll go to the consent agenda. We have some individual resolutions. First resolution is 2023-263, authorizing the budget appropriation transfers. I'll make a motion to approve.
Discussion.
Yeah.
I just had a couple of questions. Really, I don't know if everyone's viewed this, but there's a lot of relatively small just transfers of dollars, and Ms. Mahoney inquired about a lot of them, helping the council. But I specifically was just looking for dollars that, if they move from salaries and wages in one bucket to salaries and wages in another bucket, I was okay with that because we authorized X dollars of salaries and wages. But there are a couple where items either move from other expenses to salaries and wages or from salaries and wages to other expenses. And I just wanted to ask if we could just, if not only the council, but our residents could understand, let's see, it's a $15,000 transfer. It was in police salaries and wages, it's moved to police other expenses. So it's a reduction in the salaries and wages that we authorized for the police, but it was moved to other expenses. Do we know why that was?
Yes, so the police department salary and wages wasn't correctly budgeted, is the simple way to put it. That is, while I don't know the exact reason, I believe it's that some people were incorrectly labeled in our system as being a dispatcher as opposed to a patrolman, or a patrolman as opposed to a dispatcher. So the police department has various contracts and agreements for equipment. These are annual agreements, calibrators, stuff like that. So and that was under budgeted for. So by moving the excess allocated salary and wage funds to a maintenance agreement line within the police department, it avoids having to pull funds from other departments' budgets. And it also, moving forward, one of the things that I would like to see in the 2024 budget is a contracts and maintenance agreement line within the police control account. So we have requested that list from the police department for the 2024 budget preparation. Also just a note too, one of the reasons the salaries and wages was over budgeted was because of some military leaves. So there too.
Yeah, because we do not pay after 90 days, I believe we don't pay.
And just to put this in a little bit of context, some historical context, so in 2020, the administration requested about $54,000 in transfers. In 2021, and these were all approved by the governing body, the administration requested $432,800 in transfers, which were approved. In 2022, that number was $807,335, so over $800,000. We are requesting about $84,000 in transfers. And this is really because of an effort that the finance department, Mr. Fahrenbach, and myself have been making to make sure bills are being paid from the appropriate funds, so that we don't get to this point at the end of the year and realize there's a sub account because things have been allocated incorrectly throughout the year.
Thank you for that explanation. That was almost obvious to me as I looked at a lot of these, because you were, not you personally, but finance was moving things from OE and buildings and grounds to other expenses, buildings and grounds to other expenses, police. So I could see it was just a recategorization. But when you move things to or from salaries, it just gets my attention. And you did mention that there were police dispatch salaries. That was a separate line item right above this itemized question for 12,000. But that was all within salaries and wages. So to me, that was fine. If it should have been dispatch versus water police, I'm fine with that as long as it stayed within salaries and wages. But again, that 15,000 and there was another 5,000. I just wanted to understand. Right below the police was buildings and grounds. It was budgeted for other expenses, but we needed to move it into salaries and wages.
Well, so this transfer is being requested to actually more accurately reflect the salaries and wages for buildings and grounds. So at the beginning of the year, janitorial services for the police department, it was through a different company. Now they're the responsibility of DPW. So what this is essentially doing is correctly moving that to the salary wages of the DPW control account. So we can actually see how much money those salary and wages expend, as opposed to having it in two different departments.
Okay, and to your point, these are relatively small dollars, so I was very happy to see that. Thank you very much. No other questions.
Okay, so do I have a second for 2023-263?
Second,
Ms. DeNoble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-264 bill list for November 8th, 2023. Do I have a second? for that?
Discussion again, sir.
Yeah, question too. Maybe I'll go first then. It's about the storm drain thing. I get the concept. Well, and a couple questions, because one, way back when I liaised to the Environmental Commission, $2,000, that was like their whole budget. So is that still like kind of what their budget is, and they're spending it all on?
The
or most
majority
on
of
this?
it, yes.
Okay.
And they planned for that since January.
Did you say this is software?
So it's, what it is, and you can go on Hamlin University, you can see it, it's like a mapping program that has a map of all the storm drains, where they're located within the city. Then people can go right onto that website, sign up for that storm drain, get the information and all that. It really, in discussions that the Environmental Commission were having, they really felt that this was a way that they could, with their time management, be able to manage it by having, this system.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get the concept and it sounds great, but I just was like, I wasn't clear on how, where the $2,000 came in. So that is my only question on the bill list.
I had a handful. Meredith, I shared them just a few hours before the meeting. Did you have a chance to look at any of them?
Oh, I emailed you back like 20 minutes later.
Perfect. Okay, well, I'm gonna ask them in public, or a few of them in
Let
public.
me pull up the.
Okay. Just so everyone can hear whatever the answers are.
Yeah.
A couple of my questions, as you call that up, on page 2, there were a number of what appeared to be shade tree expenses. And I'm not familiar enough with the detailed account numbers. I just want to make sure that was being paid from the shade tree budget.
Shade Tree Commission's control account with the miscellaneous sub account.
Okay, great. Page 4, there was $1,250 to Brown and Brown, and we were told months ago that they were terminated there.
Yeah, and you are correct. This was canceled. This is the final bill that we're obligated to pay to Brown and Brown, as we're going to be using the liability insurance offered through the gym.
Page 6, there was a $6,900 payment, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out who we paid it
It
to.
was CME for the Fifth Avenue project, and that was approved by the governing body via ordinance 2023-08.
Okay, perfect. Just regarding the descriptions, is that something we can make it clear in the
So I
future?
believe it actually probably does say that it was an ordinance on that one in particular.
See in the any place, page 6.
Yep. First, when I'm talking. And then it goes into like the 6 different ones.
Oh, I see up above.
And then it says under the description, ordinance 2023-08.
Okay, great, thank you. Page 8, the firefighter 1 charge of $1681, just checking.
Yep, this is allocated to the fire department's control account, and they actually have a specific sub account for the Scott hack. This is the self-contained breathing apparatus.
Page 10, the Holman Francia. I know we've got questions, at least I have questions from the council as to what's happening with our CFO. You did send me a response that we're posting. We've interviewed at least one candidate. I know we had a candidate, we made an offer to, they should find. But basically, do we turn into pumpkins at the end of the year? Because we can't, what do we do with the CFO come January 1st?
Well, so we're also in addition to the interview process, we have been reaching out to municipalities to discuss the shared service agreement. So we actually have a meeting with Ocean, I think tomorrow. Monday at noon. Ocean Township, we've reached out to Middletown, to Asbury Park, to Neptune. We will be reaching out to Colts Neck and Freehold. So that's a route we're exploring too. My understanding, and I can definitely get confirmation, is that if we don't have a CFO or, some sort of shared service in place by the end of the year, then the state will assign somebody to us.
Okay, so in any event, we
Yeah,
won't.
right, perfect.
In any event, we will not be able to continue the existing relationship.
No, the state will not allow us to use a financial service.
Yeah, it's 2 years, isn't it?
They won't allow us to use any or just
Any.
this one?
Any.
Hey,
Page 13, $440. I just want to make sure I understand the upcoming convention. I was under the impression Mr. Fehrenbach had sent a note saying we, the council members and employees would pay for their own attendance?
So I replied back with Mr. Fahrenbach's email. I'll just read the,
Please.
important parts, which is the borough will cover the cost of registration only for those persons definitely intending to attend the conference for at least one day. There will not be any reimbursements for meals, parking, tolls, mileage, or payments for rooms. This is the responsibility of the attending employee.
Perfect. Thank you. Page 15, Ms. Duffy resolved my question. I was going to ask about the $2,000 for the seniors, so thank you. And finally, page 18, there's $233 for what appeared to be Westlaw monthly subscription.
So this is, and feel free to correct me, but it is an investigative research tool that combines multiple public records to locate individuals and identify hidden assets. It's used by the police department and it is coming out of their control now.
Oh, I thought somebody was, prepping for law school or something. If it's the police, that's great. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve the bill list for November 8th, 2023.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2023-265, authorizing clerk's office to advertise for request for proposals for professional appointments for calendar year 2024.
Discussion.
Yes.
So I know Mr. Cohen's concerned that we didn't, in our resolution, identify the positions. Ironically, we actually did have some back and forth, just counsel and our business administrator to make sure we were all talking about the same positions. Is there some list that, I know we've now developed it, I believe we have. But Meredith, is there some list that could at least be posted publicly so that residents could see what positions we're posting for?
It's actually a bit of notice, is it not?
Yeah, well, I can post it, I can do whatever. It's also the same list as last year, so, you can always look at last year's RFP, but
There were a
once,
couple changes.
Yeah.
That we talked about. I don't, like, for example, it didn't have the attorney, conflict attorney,
I added that back in.
right?
Yeah.
And I know there were different references that we adjusted. I don't want to belabor it. But the updated version, it would probably be helpful for the council to have that as well as the public.
Sure.
And are we all agreed that we're just gonna do fair and open for everything? I know you were starting to collect a list to consider non-fair and open, but
I don't know if have you got to that conclusion yet?
Only one governing body member sent me back a list, so I took that as a sign that we wanted to go with the fair and open. I had one other council person actually respond to me, so thank you, Ms. Mahoney. But so I just, you were the one who sent the list, so I just want.
So, but if we want to keep most of like what we have. Is that considered fair and open or non-fair?
Non-fair and open.
That's not.
Okay. So, but you said it's okay to, hey, we want to change this one, this one, sort of like pick which ones we want to change and then, okay. So I would be getting, we didn't need to do that by this meeting, so that's why.
Yeah, no, that, because we're advertising the RFP this meeting, so that's why I said to have it back to me by noon today,
Okay.
so I could have compiled that list, but I only got 2 responses.
Okay, gotcha.
With conversations with others, I'm not trying to diminish.
no, I
Yeah.
sent you a whole.
Yes,
Excel
yes,
spreadsheet.
so 3, correct.
Just want to make sure. Okay, so we are going with, this resolution would be for fair and open, and we'll be able to publish for all benefits who we're advertising for. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a second for 2023-265?
Second,
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-266, authorizing you advertise for various borough concessions. Discussion. Do I have a yes?
Okay, on this one, again, noting Mr. Cohen's concern, I had a similar concern. Could we be clearer? And again, I don't expect us to list it tonight, but not only the concessions that we're advertising, but any requirements. For example, you need to have your own food truck. Maybe there's minimum dollars established that we won't rent it unless X. I don't know. But there's not much guidance here to the council what it specifically we're authorizing. And I was wondering, are there parameters that the clerk would use?
You're just giving me, or whoever, authorization to put an ad in the paper. That's all that resolution is. It's not,
And the ad, will it say you need?
the RFP is gonna state everything. The RFP itself would state all the rules and what has to be done and what's
Right.
required. This is just giving somebody authorization to place an ad in the
So it's
newspaper.
very generic ad. So if we say
Yes,
concession at such and such.
exactly.
Newark
It'll
ad.
say, go to the website to view RFP.
There's 5 of them, I can tell you what they
Yeah,
are.
can we just
Oh,
stick to the
okay.
5, because that's what I.
Yeah, I mean.
It's Newark Avenue
Mhm.
concession, Brindley Avenue concession, Shipwreck mini golf concession, the surf camp concession and the volleyball concession. That's the 5 that are.
And what about Second Avenue?
That's
I
not yet.
don't believe that's up yet, and we
Oh,
just
okay.
recently advertised, I can't remember what it was either Newark or Brindley, we just recently
Yeah.
advertised that one, we didn't get a result because people didn't have enough time to bring their own trailer fundamentally. So the idea was, and we did it in like, I think it was April of this year.
Yeah, was it?
But
Yeah.
we tried in February, then we tried in April again, and then it just got too late to bring
too late.
someone to bring
We
their
gotta
stuff.
get it
Yeah.
But
So the idea is-
That the people we're asking people to bring their own. truck.
Yeah.
We're just providing hookups and we're bringing a truck, which is what we probably have done
Establish a price.
10 years ago.
Correct.
When did we establish a price for this?
In the notice to bidders at the public
At the
auction,
public, yeah,
there'll be a public auction where they come.
that would be in the RFP.
We
as
typically
well.
set the reserve price as the price from the prior concession, like whatever the last rent was, we're not gonna take a haircut. The only exception to that was during COVID, we lowered some of the prices,
Right,
but now we should really go back to the last rent.
great.
But the requirements that you need to bring your own food truck, would that be clearly identified somewhere or?
The actual, so there's multiple parts so there's the legal advertisement that says we're gonna accept bids. It gives like the basic price parameters and date. Then you have the notice to bidders, which gives all of the parameters of, whether it's you'd be doing for 3 years typically, what the minimum bid is, that's basically the formal bidder notice. And then attached to that and available to the concessionaires before they come and bid or before they deposit a bid bond is the actual concession license agreement that we draw it up in advance. So fundamentally, I already did the one for, I believe it's Newark Avenue, 4 months, it's just gonna be the same one.
Okay.
You will provide utility hookups in the pad, you bring everything else. We're basically just giving people a space and utility hookups at this point.
The key thing here is urgency. If we wait, which happened last year, everybody's already booked. You get it out now, you've got a decent shot at getting a reasonable bid in. That's what we're trying to do.
I agree, and I don't plan to stand in the way of progress, but again, I think it is a valid concern, not only for our residents, but in this case for the council as well, to just have a better understanding of what is we're being asked to approve. And
If you wanted to, make a motion to amend that resolution to list the 5 that I just mentioned, we can amend the resolution relatively quickly and just list them in there. I mean, Mr. Kovac's point is well taken, that the sessions we're actually advertising are not in there,
okay,
but that's the 5: Newark Avenue concession, Brindley Avenue concession, Shipwreck mini golf, surf camp, and volleyball.
are there any other comments? Nope. I'll at least make a motion to approve 2020. First of all, I have to make a motion to amend.
To amend the resolution to include the 5 that I just read off.
To include the 5 concessions. For a second,
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
Mayor, if you want to continue.
Yeah, make a motion to approve 2023 266 as
Second,
amended.
oh, sorry.
That's okay. You're seconding, Jane?
Second,
Thank you,
yes.
okay. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes,
Ms. Mahoney?
Yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes.
I
The
just didn't know.
2023
Thank
267 acknowledgement of current year 2023 best practices inventory
discussion.
Yeah.
My only question here, again, hate to keep giving Mr. Quinn all this credit, but I thought he raised a good point. That it would be nice if we could have a workshop and share these results with the public and more thoroughly with the council. Is there any critical deadline we face to get this resolution.
We can do a presentation of what that looks like in the next meeting or meeting after. The acknowledgement, I think, though, is the key. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, correct. Yes, but if we can do a presentation, it's, you know, I can let, DLGS know, because we had to put the date of like when we're gonna be discussing it. I can say we discussed it on the 18th, we're doing a presentation in December. I think they would just be happy that somebody was communicating with them. I can also speak about it now. And I don't know if the borough has done this in the past, but I was gonna put it onto the website once it was acknowledged by the governing body so that people can, look through it. I mean, in essence, you know, the best practices inventory, it's done by law through, DLGS, and, it goes out to all the municipalities, and it's really the way that the state obtains vital information about the status of municipal governments and their practices in New Jersey. So the 2023 inventory assesses each municipality's compliance with various laws and evaluates the implementation of fiscal and operational best practices. The inventory also serves to provide taxpayers with additional means of evaluating their municipality's performance. And, you know, really it serves as a guide for municipalities to see where they could maybe require further technical assistance, where they can do a little bit better. So every year the BPI is a little bit different. This year in 2023, it did have some new questions. I had a lot of repeated questions. And it's done on 3 core topics. One is for competencies, which is about 36 questions, best practices, which is 12 questions, and then unscored survey, which is 18 questions. And those are questions the state puts in just because they're trying to gather some information from everybody to get a better picture. The division introduced a total of 15 new scored questions this year, and each municipality must receive a minimum score of 29. And just for everyone to know that you need to get a minimum amount, and that's how you get your full state aid at the end of the year. So core competencies address statutory and regulatory compliance obligations and other areas critical to sound municipal finance and operations, basically. These questions are all worth 1 point, and positive credit is awarded for yes and perspective, and then also not applicable answers. That is because, as we know, New Jersey has very big towns, very small towns, so it's not fair to penalize the small towns when they can't meet certain thresholds for the larger towns. That's why the not applicable is in there. The inventory also includes best practices, and that involves the fiscal and operational practices that are significant to benefit many of the municipalities, but aren't necessarily foundational in nature or uniformly applicable to all categories, which is why, again, they you get half point for those, and you get positive criteria for a yes or not applicable answer. So there's a total of 48 scored questions for a total of 42 points. We filed with 37 points, 32 questions answered in the positive for competencies, and 10 questions answered in the positive for best practices. And questions in the best practices category, they're considered extra credit by local government, the Division of Local Government Services, because the inventory scoring threshold is based on the number of core competencies for what the division determined a municipality should earn positive credit rather than some of the other stuff combined. So, like I said, we filed with 37. I don't think we are in any danger of losing our state aid. Can definitely present more on it, but again, I was going to put it up on the website as a transparency method.
Great, and I know over the last couple of years, we've scored fairly well as well. But I like the idea of a workshop.
Sure.
I guess I'm fine either way the council wants to go with approving the resolution. I was going to suggest tabling till we have the workshop, but as long as we can commit to having a workshop, just to share with the residents, I think that'd be great.
Oh, and I just have a quick comment. We do this every year. I know after it was asked for, the actual, I guess, whatever was provided, and that's great. I just think it should probably just come to us as a matter of course, right? Like before, we shouldn't have had to ask for it, like, so.
Okay.
I think that makes sense, and I like that you're gonna put it on the website, and I am happy to pass this resolution now.
Okay, so make a motion to approve 2023-266. 267, I'm sorry.
Yes, okay, and I will second that.
Thank you. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes, condition on that we have a workshop. Yeah, but it's a yes, obviously.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yeah.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-268, authorizing the execution of a contract with Starfire Corporation for 2024 fireworks display. Do I have a second for 2023-268?
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-269, authorizing execution of an agreement with the MCSPCA for 2024 animal control services within the borough. Do I have a second for 2023-269?
I just want to make a quick comment. Bill list hawks out there, and I know you're out there and out there. You will know that when you look at the bill list, we've basically always paid for these services to the Humane Society. I said, hey, this is a change. What are we doing? And I was told that we're gonna save a couple of $1,000s a year because Humane Society increased their prices. It's the same service. It's, stray animals, injured wildlife, things like that. They both respond the same, and we're gonna save a little bit of money. So on that, nobody else has comments, I will second it.
Yeah. One of those efficiency if we go after.
Okay. Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Authorizing the ban of synthetic toxic pesticides on borough ponds and waterways, 2023-270. Do I have a second?
Sure. I will say that, yes, this was already like mentioned, it was news to me that when we pass a resolution, it's only good for a year. And I've been sitting up here for a while, so I had no idea. I do not want to do this every single year, so I would be in favor of doing eventually doing an ordinance, and I think I have some pretty good ideas of where to start. However, I feel, yeah, we should do this now because I don't know how long it's gonna take us to do that ordinance, and I don't know, spring's around the corner, so I'm in favor of doing this now, but I do see it as a reaffirmation of something we did in, was it 2018 or 2019?
2019.
2019, so just want to make that comment.
Yeah, and I agree completely. That is always a challenge with resolutions. I've seen us respect some resolutions that are over a year old, perhaps 2 years old. However, I think, Erica, you make a good point. Beyond 1 year, you always run the risk of having different council people in play who may have been behind the resolution that might not currently be. The one thing I just want to make sure, like I had to look up, was Roundup a synthetic toxic pesticide? I assumed it was, but I guess I also agree with John that I want to make sure we do a resolution. I want to make sure that we're very clear. So if we can name examples, when we get to the actual ordinance, I'd like to be able to include more specificity, so people don't all have to Google synthetic toxic pesticides, but I am prepared to approve this.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a second for 2023?
Second. 270.
270.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-272, authorizing a grant application for the New Jersey Economic Development Authority for up to $50,000 for pre-development planning to renovate retired utility building at 54 Ocean Avenue into a museum and exhibit hall.
Discussion.
Yes.
So my thanks to the McGuire family, Dr. and Brigitte, because I was going to ask the same question. I think the issue about naming the museum and exhibit, Mr. Nishamkin I see him on the video, but I had a chance to reach out to Mr. Nishamkin, and he said the Historical Society would be willing to use this building for some exhibits, but he said they absolutely do not want to use it as a museum. He shared the same concerns that others in the audience shared tonight, that he would be afraid of our ability to safeguard the museum's artifacts. And me personally, I think it might make more sense to look at more productive use for the building. I was thinking before this came up, some sort of a concession / bathrooms. So love bathrooms and a concession, something simple like ice cream or pliables that doesn't have grease traps, that doesn't have exhausts and cooking and hamburgers or whatever. So, Mr. Cannon, when you were describing the opportunities for this grant, you said they could look at broader opportunities. Can we strike any wording that is specific to museum and exhibit hall and make it just a broader application?
So one of the things this grant would explore is our ability to put a bathroom in there. And again, so this is really an effort to ascertain what it would take to get utilities in there. Where can we put a bathroom? Council President Noble had that conversation too. So it's really trying to find out, like, what can we do in this building? What can the building function? And it's a planning grant. So if we change the parameters a lot, as Mr. Cannon said, this is due on Monday. I would have to check in to see if, you know, the grant would have to be rewritten. I have to check in to see if
I think he's
working
pretty
on it.
Yeah.
Well, and again, my question was, would it be changing the parameters a lot if we simply struck that purpose and made it broader?
I don't know, because CME is working on the grant, so I don't know how they structured it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I just don't want to commit them to something that they, you know.
We only have we only have 2 business days to change it if they've already. Yeah, they didn't draw plans for a museum, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
I
I guess,
I didn't hear the last thing you said, Greg. What was the last
They didn't like draw up plans for a museum.
No, I think the idea was to have a professional come in and tell us, can we winterize this building? Can it withhold a
Right.
storm? What protections, what might we have to take with that? Can we
Yeah.
put in a restroom? Can structurally, and I know the council president toured it the other day, like, can there be changes done with the interior of it? Those type of questions.
and to confirm, if we are awarded this grant based upon this application, we would be able to guide whoever the consultant is to say, look at this beyond the museum, look at this for other possibilities as well. Is that
Well,
fair?
I think it would be.
The next step
evident
would be a
It
design.
would be evident to us, once we got a planner looking at the site, the questions we asked that planner. I mean, the site it's a pretty basic site. It's, you know, around 30 by 30 and, you know, what they're gonna tell us is utilities. They're gonna tell us about, you know, what the possibilities are. I have met with the Historical Society and with Mr. Nishampkin and spoken to him a few times. We've never said we would lock, stock and barrel be there with everything, every artifact, because one of the questions we have to answer is how secure is that building? Now, we know that building has withstood a lot in a lot of years. You know, Hurricane Sandy building held up. So the question becomes humidity control, securing the building, and that's part of what a planning grant would do for us. So
Right.
I view this, the opportunity I see here with, and I have been a proponent of the museum and the historical site is, we have the potential of giving them somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 square feet, maybe a little less. They currently have, if you take the main area of Biazi and that display area, about 800 square feet. So they'd actually pick up some square footage. They have a storage area of about 400 square feet that we might figure out a better use for, like, for instance, if we took that wall out, then the Biazi Center would become bigger for the seniors. So I view it as this could be a new, not new, but a revised home for the seniors, being expansive. And then additionally, the Historic Society, I believe, would get, if we passed all the tests, I think it could be very cool in that we would have a bathroom attached that would be year round. That would be part of the plan. And people that are going up and down the promenade would go into this place and you know, the Historic Society, they were talking about like 4 exhibits a year, you know, when it would become, you know, that part of the rationale for this is to increase the value and you know, the experience people have on our promenade. I think it would do that. But, you know, it's all contingent upon a plan.
Well, I mean, it's gonna come down, for me personally, okay, we as a council have had virtually no prior notice of what this plan is until it appeared on the agenda. So,
No, that's not the case. I've met with each council person and we've had discussions on this.
Well, I'm available by email and I have not had an email.
Well, it was just this past week.
Right.
I don't know if we can open this to Paul Mashevkin. He is raising his hand. He is,
So I had a comment before we go to the public. if that's
Oh, okay.
So, the way I see it is, we're gonna learn, with this planning grant, we're gonna learn about this building, and I would imagine like what we learn. We can apply if we want to turn it into an ice cream stand, or we're gonna turn it into
Absolutely.
a temporary place for the, so that's
Right.
my thing, but I have questions about this program in general. It seems like. New Jersey Economic Development Authority is saying, hey, towns, you have unused assets or things that you're not maximizing, whatever.
Correct.
We would like to help you maximize them. So here's a planning grant to do that. Is this a new grant program? Does anybody know? Has this been around for a while?
I don't know the answer to that. I think it's been around though, because Mr. Fehrenbach was, we were kicking this around whether we should go for the boardwalk
Mhm.
renovation or boardwalk resilience or something else, and he said, and he brought us to,
Okay,
he
so-
pointed us in this direction.
So if it's been around for a while now, I'm just speaking completely hypothetically, but let's just say like a few years ago, we had. A town asset, a building that the town owned that we weren't really doing anything with, that it sounds like maybe we could have gotten this planning grant to help us. Decide what to do with it or what direction to go with it, and it could have been paid for by Economic Development Authority and not the town. That's the way it sounds to me, so
Well,
I.
up to 50,000.
Yeah, I hear you, but then Greg said that it sounds like if the plan, come up with a plan and then the plan's approved, there could be something, it could be like matching money, so maybe even
Well,
they would pay half of it, you never know.
I don't think
Speaking
we're,
hypothetical.
no, but I don't think we're saying that that group would then give us subsequent grants for renovation. I think we'd have to go out and get other grants in other places.
Okay, it's not, and which of course is not guaranteed, but it's not-
Correct.
it would have been a. Way to get somebody else to pay for half of this stuff, but nonetheless, I think it's a good opportunity to learn about the building, and again, I think if we apply what we learned to. Maybe turning it into whatever, an ice cream stand or place for.
Or a
historical
museum.
exhibits or whichever, yeah, and then we just have to decide the permanency of that, or is this just a place? To do it temporarily, so.
Yep. Okay.
So do you want to hear from Paul?
He is the president. of the
he,
Historical
put
Society.
his hand down. Oh,
Put his hand down.
okay.
Okay, so we'll make a motion to approve 2023-272.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
As long as we're not locked into the museum and exhibit hall and we're considering bathrooms, I'm very happy with this. I will say yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
I have the exact same caveat. I am not in favor of the museum and exhibit hall, but I am in favor of bathrooms. And I am in favor of having someone help us fund a broader study, so I will say yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
I'm always in favor of free money, and as long as
You pay the taxes for this.
this is true, nothing's free. And as long as the title of this is just necessary to push this through, I'm gonna vote yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023-273, terminating stipend for John Reed for parking meter maintenance. Make a motion to approve 2023-273.
And should we just mention, we're not taking, this was found to be a duplication. Correct? Or I guess
Somewhat. I think what we found was we got a little bit of skill transfer to another person, so we were able to leverage one of those efficiencies that we.
I just don't want people to think that we're not no longer maintaining the meter.
No,
So, I will second that.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber? Sorry, I am so
That's
sorry.
I will vote yes.
Mayor Fox, I'm a little punchy from yesterday, I'm sorry.
273, you had a brisk day yesterday.
Yeah, that's it.
274, authorizing settlement of pending litigation for Superior Court in New Jersey, entitled Januzzi versus Bradley Beach, docket MON-L 187620. Make a motion to approve 2023-274.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, we will now move to. Sorry. That piece of paper away. To announcements, we have no announcements. we'll go to, we do have one announcement. It's a spur of the moment announcement. Captain Arnold and his wife just had a baby boy a year or so ago. So Mom and Captain. It's one of the texts I was getting in the middle of that GIF meeting. So we wish him and his wife, that's his firstborn, so we'll see what his naming convention is, we'll see. Okay, we're now gonna go to Mayor and Council reports. I can go first. Hope everybody has a great Thanksgiving. We have a lot to be thankful for here in Bradley Beach. We won't have a meeting before Thanksgiving, so everybody enjoy the holiday. Election day was yesterday. Bradley Beach turnout. I was very proud that I heard that it was very brisk. I was over at the voting location and there was a line, and this was an off election. So it's really great that we have that level of participation. I congratulate all candidates, win or lose, because whether you won or you lost, you stepped into that arena, as Teddy Roosevelt would call it, and it's not an easy arena to be in sometimes. So hopefully our winners serve us well, and our losers, we thank very much for making the effort. I'm going to continue to mention our thoughts and prayers around Israel, primarily, and because we have a pretty significant local Jewish community, Rabbi Maury Kelman and his congregation is holding a special vigil tomorrow, and asked us to invite the public. It's to raise awareness around the hostages, including many Americans. So he just asked for that level of support. So I think that was appropriate, certainly. We have another fairly solemn occasion this weekend, 11/11 at 11 o'clock. We have our Veterans Day ceremony. It's important. It's a very important annual ceremony. It's that and Memorial Day are my two favorite ceremonies here in town. It's 11 o'clock, Riley Park. The weather looks to be a little brisk but clear. This year, our veteran honoree is former Army Captain David Broadbent. We've had a little bit of a revolving door with some of our honorees. We've been trying to get them on a track of Memorial Day, Veterans Day. If you do Veterans Day, you're the Grand Marshal of Memorial Day. But we've had a combination of deployments by many of our honorees. And I say that only because I wanted to welcome back Rafik Pickett, our officer who was deployed right before the Memorial Day parade, which he was supposed to be the Grand Marshal. We'll get him to do that next year. And he just got back from a deployment in the Middle East. He'll start back up at work next month, but I'm glad he's back and safe. And please join us Saturday to honor our veterans. This Sunday is Mayor's Wellness Walk, a final walk of the year. Hopefully you all can attend. It's 10 o'clock. It's also going to be brisk. It's going to be about 40-ish degrees, but the wind doesn't look too bad. We do have a special speaker, as we've had in the last 3 or 4 events. We'd ask you to try to attend. It's good exercise, good healthy stuff. On the infrastructure front, Lake Terrace renovations beginning. It's about a 2-month project. We did meet on Sylvan Lake, the natural shoreline, with a joint meeting with Avon and Bradley Beach last week, and we're starting that process of trying to get requirements definition kind of honed in. We're completing the final remediation and wipe down disinfection and some minor renovations on the Biazzi building. Hopefully that'll happen pretty expeditiously and we'll get people back in there. We're looking forward to this planning grant for the pump house, and hopefully that will yield us some good insights as to what we can do with that asset. For those who aren't aware, the 2024 assessment report came out. I have it here somewhere, that our tax assessor does. For those who don't remember, last year, our assessments were of the value of our properties in town went up over 19%. This year, that number is 7.91%. So it's still a brisk number, but not as significant as last year. But I would welcome you. It's on the website. It's a good report to really get an understanding of our assets in town and how our assessment process works. Library, lots going on. There's I'm just gonna try to go through them quick. November 9th, there's a wellness book club that's sponsored by the Mayor's Wellness Campaign. Gigi Naples is going through some book discussions. So encourage you to participate in that. Tuesday, November 14th at 2. Wind, salt, spray, and sand. It's a gardening seminar run by the Rutgers Master Gardeners in Monmouth County. It's an in-person event. Thursday, November 16th at 6 p.m. Patricia Radowski is going to, she's featured in Chicken Soup for the Soul. She's going to lead an author talk and a reading. On November 30th at 6 p.m. The Navasink Brass is professional brass quintet. They will be at the library. There's the last piece on the library, partnership with Bradley Beach. We're working on a bridge of books. It's a nonprofit group that's going to help secure a grant to get an early reading center at the laundromat, which I think is pretty cool. Rec Center had a very successful Halloween dance and trunk or treat event in October, late October. Additionally, we decided to open up this dance to pre-K to fourth, and it was a big success. Rec started a walking group every Thursday, 1 o'clock, at Fifth Avenue Gazebo. On Monday, November 13th, and running through December 15th, Rec Center will be collecting donations for the New Jersey Veterans Memorial Home in Menlo Park. A list of items and drop-off locations will be found on the website. There will be a friend giving event on November 21st at 2 p.m. It includes classic Thanksgiving movie, crafts, and a snack. All are welcome. The Senior Club will be meeting on November 15th due to the holiday. They usually meet the fourth week. This will be the third or second, I guess. Crossroads and Coffee is at a break for the holidays. December 3rd, we're having breakfast with Santa for the first time. And December 15th, we'll have a winter wonderland dance for pre-K to fourth. Moving to my last piece, which is fire and first aid. First, I want to thank the fire department, particularly Walter Wilson. Walter was our behind the scenes and in front man on the coordination of the Halloween parade and the costume contest. Walter does that every year. That's one of his two biggies. His other biggie is the Easter egg hunt on the beach. So we thank Walter for that, and the fire department for their continued involvement in the community. I will now just go through the first aid and fire report. First aid for the operational period ending November 8th, the squad responded to 27 day calls and 18 night calls for a total of 45. 25 were for medical calls and 20 for fire calls. The squad conducted one drill for the education of membership on the length of service awards of program LOSAP. The squad participated in Fire Prevention Week at the grammar school, also participated and provided medical overwatch for the Alliance weekend, the trunk or treat, and the fire department Halloween parade. The squad requested one mutual aid from Neptune EMS and provided that service, 2 to Ocean Grove, 1 to Neptune, and 1 to Avon. Squad fulfilled 99% of their assignments for the operational period. Fire department for the operational period ending November 8th, the department responded to 20 requests for the department. The department presented their annual Fire Prevention Week program at the grammar school. The department hosted their annual Halloween parade. Congratulations to all winners. The department conducted one drill for the education of membership on the length of service awards LOSAP. Congratulations to Captain Ron Minsky on his state certification. On scene hazmat incident commander, also obtaining the certification as an on the scene hazmat incident commander, Foreman Freeman. The department fulfilled 100% of their assignments for the operational period. The fire department first aid thanks all military veterans for their services this Veterans Day. Give thanks to all citizens and first responders for your support throughout the year. Have a safe and happy Thanksgiving. Always looking for volunteers. You can check the website for that. And that is the end of that report. And that ends my report. And we will now go to Council President Zanoga.
Thank you, Mayor. The next Board of Ed meeting is going to be held November 21st at 7 p.m. in the school auditorium. And next week, November 15th, is part of the AVID program, where Bradley Beach Elementary School will have a high school presentation day. Students from RBR, Allied Health, Communications, and Neptune High School will visit with the Bradley Beach Elementary School students. The high school students will be speaking about their path to high school, what motivates them, and their goals for post-high school. Tourism. I attended the Tourism Commission meeting October 31st at 10 a.m. They reviewed the 2023 events and the costs of the events, and they are putting together the 2024 schedule of events. Speaking of which, celebrate the holiday season at the Bradley Beach annual tree lighting event in Riley Park on November 26th, Sunday, starting at 4 p.m. Join the fun in the park with Santa Claus as he makes a special visit, arriving on the fire truck. There'll be live music, hot chocolate and cookies, holiday games, and holiday dance performance by one of the local dance studios. A horse and carriage will give rides around the park during the entire event. The Tourism Commission will be collecting hats, gloves, and socks during the event to help local charitable organizations. The event wraps up at 6 p.m., but stay afterwards for dinner at Bradley Beach's Restaurant Row, one of Monmouth County's kept secret. And this, the annual beach bonfire is on Friday, November 24th, around 5 p.m. on the beach at Fifth Avenue. Bring family and friends for this unique holiday tradition. Shade Tree. I attended the meeting on November 1st. And they had one application at 200 Park Place Avenue to remove 2 trees. They were Bradford pears, so we're glad to see them go. We are encouraging them to replace them with wishing trees. We're doing the oldest tree in Bradley Beach. I'm sure Councilman Weber will follow up on that. And Tree of the Month is at the library. It's a Tupelo. It was planted by the Bradley Beach Shade Tree Commission in honor of John Moretto. Right now, it is currently scarlet and it's gorgeous, so please check it out. Also, I did attend a wildlife habitat program at the library with Noel Weinberg, a member of the Shade Tree Commission. In fact, Barb Kenny was there as well. I thought it was very interesting. They discussed how to create a garden with native plants and trees that encourage pollinators and birds. And no matter how small your space, you can actually create this wonderful garden. And they mentioned white oak, which is one of our oldest trees here in Bradley Beach, versus a ginkgo tree. A white oak hosts up to 530 species of butterfly and moth caterpillars. Ginkgo hosts 0. Unfortunately, I have 2 ginkgos in my home, in front of my home, and yeah, it gives good, nice shade, and they're pretty, but they really don't help our native species here. And of course, the bigger the oak, the more caterpillars, which is a good thing because, fun fact, a single pair of breeding black-capped chickadees must find 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars to rear one clutch of young. And that completes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Gubitosi.
How big is the clutch?
Well, it depends. I would say 4 or 5.
Okay, first, I'd like to lead with the police report. Thanks in advance to Detective Lieutenant Browning. The police arrested a local subject for aggravated assault. The police responded to an automobile fire at a local business. The Bradley Beach Fire Department, along with assistance from neighboring towns, successfully extinguished the fire. Members of the Bradley Beach Office of Emergency Management assisted the police department with traffic and crowd control during the incident. Operation Take Back was held on Saturday, October 28th, and the police department collected a total of 9 pounds of unwanted medication. The medication was turned over to the DEA for destruction. Now, Detective, this is my favorite part of your report, and I think everyone else will find this equally amazing. A motor vehicle was previously stolen from our town, and it was recovered by Virginia Customs agents in a shipping container headed for Africa. this is pretty cool. I love it when you get extra color into our reports. The Detective Bureau is continuing the investigation. So again, thank you, sir. The mayor briefly mentioned, and I'll briefly mention as well as a liaison for Sylvan Lake, that there was a meeting on November 1st in Avon. Very well attended from residents from both towns. A lot of good questions asked of the body of people that are planning the restoration. But this is potentially really big news for both Avon and Bradley, because this lake again has been in need of restoration for possibly 2 decades. And it sounds like real progress is being made. They have some preliminary funding, 150 grand or so, to do a plan. And once they get the plan done and in place, the project is then considered to be shovel ready. And apparently the big money that they might apply for grant wise, 1 million or more, is much shovel ready. So given that we've more or less been stalled for close to 20 years, it's really exciting for Sylvan Lake. And my final comment also pertains to yesterday's election day. Many of you may know that our borough council, spelled S-E-L, Mr. Cannon, is also a council person in Aberdeen. And I just wanted to express congratulations to Mr. Cannon as he won re-election for his council, and he was the top vote getter in Aberdeen. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mahoney.
Jane, John and I all judged the firemen's Halloween parade, and Jane and I dressed up and John did not. And we all had a really good time doing that, and we handed out lots of prizes, and it was very difficult. Tomorrow I'll be attending the special land use board meeting as we review ordinance 450. And then the following week, there is a regular land use board meeting.
That's not typical.
No, it's not. It's not.
I didn't sign you up.
No, I know. I just wanted to mention it, that lots of meetings, and that's my report.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, judging the Halloween parade is pretty much the hardest thing you ever have to do as a council person, so I'm just warning you, it was really tough, but we did have a good time, and the Halloween parade was great. Thank you to the fire department for putting it on. We'll change, we're now, they walk through where we used to sit, and it's more like a stage for them, so I think it was a good change. I would like to thank Erica, because you know what, I sometimes have been a poll worker, and I know that it's like a 14-hour day, and it's probably longer for you. So apparently we had elections in this town, and none of us were on the ballot, and it all went smoothly, so thank you, Erica. That's and it's a long day. Yeah, Shade Tree, I will add to what Council President DeNoble said. Plaque meeting, I showed you this plaque. We made the Shade Tree Commission had these plaques made, so this tree is older than Bradley Beach. We kind of learned the way to, we learned the secret code to figure out how old trees are without chopping them down and counting the rings. So we had a little event to apply the first plaque. We went to a lot of these trees are on private property, obviously. So we found one on public property. It's at the school. There's a big white oak kind of near the church side of the school property. And we had a little event. We put the plaque on the tree, and that's that. So while we were doing this, we're looking across the street at those little low rise kind of bungalow things that have gotten fixed up, and we're all like, that's a really big tree. And somebody on the Shade Tree Commission wanted to just, let's go measure that one, let's go. Like, no, that's private property on the other side of that fence, so, but we did get in contact with the owner, and I went there today, but the owner, it was really cool, because he said, there's a postcard in McNeely's, real estate agency, it's a postcard of that property from like 1919 or 1920, something when it was built, and there's a tree there, and it's a pretty decent sized tree then. So anyway, Nick Kosrich and I went back to this tree and we measured it today, and it's 200 years old. Rough, yeah, that's the rough. Okay, so that is the oldest, but the point is we want to recognize all the trees that are older than the town. 130 years obviously is the figure. So there will be a little thing in the paper because we told them about our plaque idea. We've identified probably like 25. So, but if people are out there, and they think there's a giant tree in their backyard or in their neighbor's backyard, and they can, contact us, we'll get in touch with the property owner and we'll come and measure it, and if they wanna have a plaque for their tree, they can have a plaque, so that's what that program is all about, and I think we're gonna learn a decent amount about the town, like that little thing with the, 506 Brindley, that tree was big when those little bungalows were built, so I think it's pretty cool. I had a meeting with the chief of police about site triangles, because I have a concern that our site triangles at certain intersections, or a lot of intersections, aren't great, but I would actually like to hear from the public. Does anybody else, you don't have to all speak at once or anything, but get in touch with me, whenever you can, but does anybody else thinking driving north and south across town on one ways, once you get to that east-west street that you're trying to cross, it's really it's really hard to see down the street. Kind of can't until you're at, like, in the middle of the intersection where
You have to inch out like a caterpillar.
you have to inch out like a little caterpillar, and yeah, okay, so I think you're gonna inch out anyway, but I think it'd be better to pretty good sight while you're inching out. So get in touch if you think site triangles or something we should address. I don't wanna do something that's it would clearly take away parking, and so that's obviously something we wanna be really circumspect about and not just do it, but I wanna know if people think it's a problem as well. The roundup resolution, I am glad that we did that. Councilman Gubitosi, yeah, they're all synthetic toxic pesticides, so just like every single one you could think of, they'll all be on that list, so I'm not sure we should list them all, but I found something out, and going back through my own records to find this resolution that I knew we had passed, it was really hard to find, because back in 2018, 2019, we would get agendas, but they didn't have resolution numbers on that. I'm trying to get you to imagine that, like, where we don't have the actual resolution numbers. So I'd have to go to the meeting, the next meeting, read the minutes, get the resolution number, and then went back to my materials for that meeting and found out I didn't actually have that sent as one of the attachments for that meeting packet. So it just gave me an appreciation of the way we do it now, and there's resolution numbers on everything, and it's really organized. So I know some people think nothing gets better, but honestly, that got better. And I'll add to that we used to get bill lists and it did not explain what things were for. It's better. I know you don't all think it's better, but it's definitely better than it used to be. And finally, the Sylvan Lake meeting, I attended that as well. They explained about the living shoreline. That was really great. I think part of what I learned is that why bulkheads aren't great. They're not great for the health of the lake. I think, what we have to remember is bulkheads protect the whatever the property that's there, maybe keep the property from falling into the lake. That's good if you're the property owner, but it's maybe not the best for the lake. And so I think what they came up with for Sylvan Lake is it's a good, it's not set in stone, but they have a good plan. And I think with the kind of public interaction that they had at this meeting on November 1st, they can even work to make this living shoreline thing even better. So looking forward to that. And that is the extent of my report.
Thank you. Okay, that ends the mayor and comment reports, public comments. Are there any public comments? Yes.
I Brigitte McGuire, 610 Brindley Ave. I have a question. Meredith, I meant to contact you and I forgot, and then with all the bills list questions tonight, I came back to it. Councilman Weber, if you can remember, a few meetings ago, you asked a question about a bill being paid. And we got the answer that it came out of like 4 different accounts. I don't remember what that bill was. But I wanted to ask you, Meredith, about that, the answer about it coming out of 4 different accounts to not like burden one account or something. Besides it not burdening one account, can you tell me more about why we would have 4 different accounts to pay one bill?
Sure, so let's take the American Water, for example, that bill this evening. If you look at the control accounts, it's all getting sent to different control accounts. So for example, the recreation building, the water supply for that should come out of the recreation's budget. The water supply for a sewer house should come out of the sewer budget.
Right.
So it's really an effort to try to properly allocate so we can track and separate and see how much each asset, how much each facility, whatever it's applicable to, how much it actually costs to the borough.
Okay, so there's like, for something like water, you would take a percentage for each department or whatever to.
That one with water specifically, because the invoices tell us the address, we can specifically, you know, allocate it, you know, to the exact number. If we're talking about something like, I'm just making something up. I do remember it was lawn care. So
Oh,
with
okay.
that, it was separated between the properties that received that lawn care. That way, for example,
Oh,
the
like lawn care.
DPW isn't
Okay.
paying for recreation fall field,
Right.
and vice versa.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
And I just want to add that on the water bills, because that came up, I remember when I was on or liaison to the environmental commission. It was shocking to find out, like, we get literally dozens of different water bills. Dozens and dozens of electric bill, I think electric was the high one, and it was like, wow, there's a lot. And yes, because every you know, every facility, like every thing is metered and measured and whatever, so you can imagine even just allocating to the beach or to this, to that, but yeah. nothing more than that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Hi, Brian Downey, 619 4th Avenue. I would like to present a follow-up to the statements I made last meeting regarding trucking in the alleys between 3rd and 4th Avenues and 4th and 5th Avenues. I found that within ordinance 310-3 sections A, B, D, G, H, N, Q, and S all call for loud and disturbing noise to be unlawful from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. the following day, and also prohibiting commercial activity in the same time frame. The only section that permits 7 a.m. is section K, but this only refers to a compacting cycle, so the language of section K does not quite apply to trucking at 7 a.m. Regardless, I am asking that section K be changed to match the sections I have stated and honor 8 a.m. across the board. This would clarify any discrepancies within the ordinance. I also see no reason for any of these trucking activities before 8 a.m. since these businesses that are requiring trucking are closed and there are no employees at work. These hours only serve the trucking companies and in turn disturb the nearby residents. Over the summer, there was an amendment made to ordinance 2023-9, which references 310-3. Forgive me if I don't have the wording of that correctly. But this was the inclusion of Saturdays prohibiting commercial contractors and machine noise on weekends from Memorial Day weekend through Labor Day. I would like you to consider including trash and recycling collection and trucking over 10,000 pounds gross volume weight to this amendment, as they are commercial contractors. And the noise volume of these trucks rival any construction equipment or leaf blower. But at minimum, I ask that my request for trucking be prohibited before 8 a.m. To be considered. And finally, I would like to thank the Bradley Beach Police Department, the council, and the mayor for their attention they have given this matter thus far.
thank you. Yes,
Tonight, I don't know. Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. While you're redoing resolutions and turning them into ordinances, I would like to, about the same time, I think is the roundup came, the one about idling municipal vehicles. That was a resolution, should be turned into an ordinance, in my humble opinion. As which all of this is. I don't know why we had to pay for adopt a drain. I've been cleaning my drain ever since we were resurfaced, I don't know how many years ago, and my street was pitched incorrectly. You can even ask Public Works, they come around and they're like, we know, we see you doing it. And even you mentioned at the last meeting that at a certain point, which is probably long after I've cleaned my drain, you clean yours. So that, again, when are you gonna stop spending money? Light is on again, still nobody's got enough to turn it off, amazing to me, but not really.
feel free.
That was really rude, and now you're gonna get it right back. So you talked about responsibilities of the mayor. I'm gonna talk about moral responsibilities, boundaries, which I continually ask to be legislated and set, and that is ignored. And as a result, again, you've got the calendar with the most orthodox Jewish holidays. So then you're offending the people who might have more of the same stays that are not included for the Christmas. You ignore Kwanzaa, you're lighting a Christmas tree in a menorah, not a menorah. You are the lawsuits and the way you don't treat everything the same is just wrong and offensive. It should quite honestly, on municipal property, you should not have anything religious. I believe that is the law. And you can just have a nice little winter display. And then to have Santa at the rec center, and then I heard again, you're gonna have Riley Park, again. It just doesn't make sense. And when you don't have boundaries, abuses happen. And I witnessed that last Wednesday at the senior citizen meeting, which is run by an elected president and vice president. So to have the CEO of this town show up, not as a resident and not as a senior citizen, but attend as the position and take control of the meeting and talk during it and interrupt during it, use the hands like a gavel, is really for judgment. To make it worse, it is not this forum where I know I'm being filmed and I know I'm out there on the internet. Instead, pictures were taken, approval was not given, and they're posted on our website. I do not want my picture on the website, nor do the other attendees. How dare you? Now, make it even worse. I was abused by another attendee who's an employee in this town. When is this body going to be responsible for its employees? The times of innocent errors are over. I'm tired of paying those salaries. We're into lawsuits, fine, let the union sue us. Okay, because I can document not doing their jobs. Yes, I have side triangle too. And it begins with people driving down the street on their bicycles the wrong way. It begins with people parking where they're not supposed to be parking. And you are always, invited to my home. Stop by, I will take you out there. It just gets worse and worse and worse. And I'm looking at now you're spending and you're thinking about next year. I don't see where you're trying to cut any of these bills. You're putting out the same festivals, everything. But you know what? We had the Latin Fest and we have the Diwali Fest. Your lack of consistency and exclusion is more offensive than my vocabulary can do in this meeting. And I don't know what you do behind closed doors, what your little one-on-one meetings are, what your little emails are about, but the fact of what you put ahead of common decency is vile and disgusting and rude. And you get up and you turn off your light because you are the one costing the taxpayers money.
Thank you. Anybody on the board? We have somebody on the board.
We have one more hand here.
Yeah, we have somebody on the board.
Hi, Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. And I attended the Sylvan Lake meeting that John went to, and I gotta say, the solution was elegant. It'll be great for the lake, and it'll be great for the environment in general. And I really urge everybody to get behind it. As far as site triangles, hey, John, try Park Place and Main Street. Try making a left there. You take your life in your hands. So that should go on your list for one of the site triangles. And that's all I got.
Thank you
very much.
Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. Thank you, Councilman Weber, for mentioning the site triangles. They are horrible all over town. I go north-south, I take the ocean, I take Main Street. It's just way too risky. So that should be reviewed. I don't believe as a layperson that it meets the site triangle standards that are approved by engineers. So I would love to hear what CME has to say about it. The other thing is I just don't understand why we are disingenuous. Here we're doing this application to get a grant, and we're saying it's going to be a museum exhibit hall, and clearly the council isn't in unified stance on that. So why are we lying in the application to say it's going to be a museum and exhibit hall?
It might be.
Oh, it might be.
It might be, yeah.
Oh, but that's not what the consensus is right now. So why don't you? Why don't you?
How do we know if we have a consensus when we don't even have a plan? So,
But why would you have a consensus on what they want to do? So you should say concession in here also. So it could be a possible concession. So it's disingenuous. Also, then I'd like to talk about this settlement with the Januzzis. The way this resolution is written, and I'm sorry, Mr. Cannon, I just have to get it out there, okay? The JIP is financially responsible for the action except for the borough's $2,500 reduction. Now, I've already said, we pay them over $400,000 a year in premiums, okay? So now they have to pay $70,000. I mean, this is unbelievable. And Mayor, I'm gonna give you a pass on this a little bit, because this was filed on June 17th, 2020. But the violations that these people had to go through were done under the Engelstad administration. The building inspector left after this, the zoning officer involved left. This was a horrible situation, and it was manipulated all the way. It never should have happened. Now, I'm not gonna give you a pass on the fact that it's 3 years and 5 months to get this thing settled. There are over 143 entries in eCourts. A lot of lawyers got paid on this thing. And the thing is that this could have been settled way sooner for a lot less money. And it's another embarrassment to the administrative oversight of this town by Mayor Engelstad and by you. So I would hope these violations don't happen. These people are residents here. You know, for them to be treated so badly and spend so much money on attorneys to defend the property rights that are in the ordinances and should have been covered in the beginning, it is really sad. Fortunately, they had the wherewithal and the strength and the financial ability to take this to court. Because if it was anybody else, they would have got stomped over in this town. Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Thank you.
Can I address
Yes,
that?
sure.
So. Legally, the judge has ruled that the original zoning determination was incorrect. So you're not wrong. People, the Januzzis in the town, they indeed got a bad administrative decision. And it should, the judge said it shouldn't have happened, that their neighbors were allowed to build a platform on the second floor for their staff.
I attended both meetings.
I know you're well aware of
I can
this,
give you
sir.
the dates of those.
But just so you understand, once it went to 2020, they went to the zoning board first, if you recall.
I attended them.
Yes, and they got a favorable decision in that regard. The time for that, just so that you're aware of the timeline here.
Sure.
February 2nd, 2020 was the date on which that resolution was not appealable anymore. So the final decision, the zoning board justifying the Januzzis' position that the zoning determination was incorrect was February 2nd. Right, and I was here for 2 weeks at that point, as you'll recall as well. We met throughout February up until COVID to resolve this issue. I met with George Waterman, who was named in the lawsuit, and all the other people that were involved in this. Then COVID happened, and the Januzzis sued in June of 2020. Now, no one was even in this building for 2 of those 3 months. Once they sued, it was really taken out of the governing body's hands as the decision-making process. The JIF covered, they made claims that they were aggrieved by that prior decision. And so the JIF has been fundamentally in control of that litigation since June of 2020, to be fair. I know you're pointing at all them. They really didn't have any choice. What has happened in the meantime is all that you see, I know you're aware of the lawsuit. You can see all the people that don't work here anymore.
Yeah.
The JIF is, yeah, and that makes it a lot more expensive to subpoena them and get them in for depositions and everything else. So I will say, as the borough attorney, I do not believe that the Januzzis deserve $70,000 for waiting 3 months during COVID to have that decision renewed. However, the JIP has made a determination that it's probably going to cost more than that to defend the case. And so that's why they're settling it. You know, you are 100% correct that at the beginning, there was an error made here at Town Hall that resulted in that. But from June of 2020 forward, no one in here has had any real control over how that proceeds. So, you know, I just wanted to be clear with you on the timeline and you know, give you a notion of, since then, the JIP has controlled that litigation and they made a determination, frankly, over my objection as well, to pay that amount of money. And it is what it is at this point. the key, and you're not, and I'm gonna say, you're not wrong, is to not make the mistake to begin with that gets us into that situation, or to fix it more quickly before it goes through the zoning board if we can administratively. That's the solution to the problem. You're spot on that, but that bell can't be unrung at this point, certainly many years later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor.
But thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move, make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye. Okay, thank you, everybody. Good night.
Councilman, do you want to go to the conference room?
Sure.